shoot. My titles. Ugh. Let me update my titles. Jesus. Probably got to do that on the others. My titles. No. No. My titles. I got to change that. It's not 11:20. Manage videos. Live. What is happening to my... All right. Debate a Woke Liberal call-in show 11/22/2025. Okay. That's number one. First thing. Second thing, thumbnail. Change that thumbnail. Holy crap. What is going on? Excadriller says, what's up? Hello. Save that. Okay, that should do it. Okay. Hopefully we get calls today. Do I want to, I don't know, post something on, or I don't know, maybe I should just like read the news maybe? I haven't really looked over it. I gotta look over it. Let me take a look here if I can find. All right, let me let everybody know that I'm streaming. And I also screwed up in the sense that I did not change the title. And so it has an old date, which is wrong. That shouldn't be correct. Is there a way to just manually edit this? Debate a Woke Liberal call-in show 22/2025. Debate a Woke Liberal. Okay. All right. All right. So that's that one. And then what about, I think I'm on X. We just started, Bobro. We just started. So you are not late. You are not late at all. Let me take a look here. Where's the... Jesus. So am I live right now? Okay, yeah. So edit, post. 22. Update. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I got it. All right. Should probably let everybody know that I'm streaming live. BRB Bathroom says, morning, woke ender. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you guys are having a good day. Let me pull up. Is it updated? Yes, it is. Okay, I think we're good. All right, we just started. So I don't know. Maybe we'll go over some news and just read some stuff. Notifications, everyone. All right, we're streaming live. Okay. Right now. Oh, you will be pleased to know that I have gotten a more quiet keyboard. A much more quiet keyboard. So check it out. It's a Durgod Cherry MX. I think it's pink. Cherry MX pink. And I got to tell you, this thing's stealthy. So here, let me try typing something. I'm going to type your comments so you can hear just how quiet this thing is. It's amazing. I love it. Hold on, give me 1 second. I got my D&D notes up. I gotta close all that. BRB Bathroom says, I saw a picture of a good day. Isn't that enough? Oh my God. All right. Let me take a look here. Where's my notepad? Notepad? Notepad. Hi, Notepad. Hi, Notepad. Hi, Pepper. Hi there, baby. Okay. All right. Well, you know, you ruined it. Pepper, you ruined it. What did you do? Now everybody sees the mess. There's no mess. I'm just messing with you. Okay, fine. Say hello. Say hi to everybody. Come here. Come here. I'll remove the notepad box. Say hello to duties. Say hello to duties. She wants pitch. Everybody, say hello to Pepper. This is my cat. Anytime I stream, she must say hello. You must give sacrifice to the cat. Give sacrifice. Now, we are taking calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218 if you want to call in, have a discussion. I'm in a better mood today. I was completely crashing out yesterday, or 2 days ago. Anyway, where was I with the notepad? Yes, I was going to show you just how stealthy this keyboard is. All right. Now you get to watch me type. Here we go. So, did you hear? MTG is resigning. Woo. All right, you see that? Well, it's kind of hard to see here. Did you hear that MTG is resigning? Woo! All right. So I'm basically just writing down your comments. I mean, you could hear just how quiet it is, right? Like, how's that? Huh? Now people don't have to hear me like clacking away. We've got ourselves that stealthy keyboard. Copied my message. See how quiet? Are you noticing how quiet this keyboard is comparatively speaking to my other keyboard? Super quiet. Oh, yeah. It's great. Excadriller says, you know what? W. True. W. Just W. You know, I should. How would this work if I, like, let's say if I wanted to have this up, like, where should I put this? Maybe I should put this above and then my notes below. I don't know. It's fine. We're not going to do anything. Let's see. JRF says, I like clacking like I'm getting something done. So, all right. I'll tell you a bit of a story. And this happened a bit back where I type a lot. I type to my friends. I am corresponding. I'm always spending time, you know, just typing, especially at work. And when there's like a lull, like if there's nothing to do or whatever, I find myself just talking to people. So I type to people. So I'm constantly typing basically at work. And it was so funny. Like there was a joke in the office because, I mean, we just had standard keyboards. And there was a joke that somebody made saying there was like you had to assign, they had like some signs that said most likely to be blankety blankety blank. And the game was you had to give the sign to specific people. And it was like a holiday kind of a thing. It was kind of fun. And my sign was, they were like, whose sign is this? And they were trying to figure out who it was. And this is most likely to be heard typing. Because I type really fast. I'm faster than everyone in the office. It's not even close. Like, I type really freaking fast. In fact, when people look at me, they go, holy crap, Jesus, what did we just hire? And as a result, everybody can hear me typing because I'm just like fast, just fast. I can type almost as fast as you talk. I'm not that fast, but I type pretty fast. where it's like I can probably do about 80 or 90 words a minute. And so I thought about that and I was like, oh, most likely heard, most likely to be heard typing. I was like, oh man, maybe I should get a quieter keyboard. So I started researching some quiet keyboards. And lo and behold, I came across a Cherry MX pink. Here, I'll pull up the Cherry MXs. Let me see if I can show you. Where is it? Hold on. Sorry, this one's called, it's called Silent Red. It's not pink. They call it silent, I don't know, whatever. Hold on, let me see if I can share this. Okay. Let me copy image address so you can see that better. All right, so basically, I was like trying to figure out like, okay, I don't want to be annoying in the office. Like I want to do everything in my power to be not annoying. Listen, I'm a team player when it comes to my work. What I do is I just, if there's something that could be perceived as potentially annoying, then I'm going to go out of my way to, make a setup. Anyway, so I found out about the Silent Red, and so I decided, all right, let me give that a shot. And I asked them, hey, can you guys buy me this keyboard? And I asked them to buy, it was a Durgod Silent Red keyboard. Anyway, they put me to being work from home for a while. And I'm still work from home. By the way, W, huge, amazing, by the way, just FYI. I want to point that out. And they were just like, okay, I got back into the office. There was just one day my boss was like, hey, can you come back into the office for like, one day, we got something to do. And I was like, okay, sure, no problem. So I show up and I sit down at my desk that I used to sit at. And I look at my desk and I look at this keyboard, and there it was, this keyboard. And I was like, holy crap, this is a really nice keyboard. Like I really selected a freaking awesome keyboard. And so I was like, okay, listen, this keyboard is so nice. It's better than my keyboard at home. Like I want to keep typing on this keyboard. It feels good. And so I was like, okay, fine. I just decided to buy it. And then I also was like, honestly, is it annoying? Is the clicking annoying when I'm streaming or trying to debate somebody? And I'm like, probably. Yeah, kind of. I'm sure it is. I think some people have commented how loud the keyboard is. Hey, calm down. I think like a modern day debate, I would be writing notes. Oh, you gotta mute yourself when you're typing. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Why don't we look at some news? We are taking calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218. I don't know. Maybe we'll play some games. Let's see here. BRB Bathroom says, now I want the opposite. Where is the louder keyboard? I want shotgun sounds. But here's the thing, if you're in an office setting, you try to be polite. And Bobro says, honestly, I love the clicky and RGB glowing keyboards. Once upon a time, I loved RGB. But as I got older, I was like, RGB is so stupid. I hate RGB. Like it looks goofy. It looks like I'm in my 20s. And so I'm like, okay, forget it. Listen, this is a no fluff kit and it's weighty, right? There's no, they didn't, they were like, no, they even had an option for like, hey, do you want the glowy one? And I'm like, no, I don't want the glowy one. By the way, this is not sponsored at all, FYI. If you think that I'm sponsored, I'm just telling you, like, this is my internal thought processes. Anyway, let's look at the news. AP news. Let's see what we got. All right. Boo, boo, boo. Now, are you guys going to say that that AP News is biased? Do you think that AP News is biased? You better not think AP News is biased. If you think AP News is biased, we got to talk. We have a fundamental disconnect on what is reality. Let me okay. Let's take a look here. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is resigning, and here's what to know about her 5 years in Congress. It happened all so fast. Less than a week after President Donald Trump denounced Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Georgia Republican announced that she would resign from Congress on January 5th. Greene's departure will cap 5 tumultuous years in Congress. She was first an outsider, then briefly at the center of power during the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's reign. Trump's return to the White House could have heralded a new era of clout in Washington, but Greene's simmering discontent led to a split with the president. Here's a look on Greene's background and some of the most notable episodes in her tumultuous 5-year career in Congress. Let's see. Bobro says AP News is one of the most unbiased. Correct. Bobro says shiny things are pretty. Pretty things are so shiny. Bobro says, woo, she's resigning. J.R. Francisco says, that's AP News got kicked out of the White House press room. Yes. So they got kicked out of the White House press room because Donald Trump doesn't like critical things about him. That's why AP News got kicked out. However, if you actually understand what AP News is and what they do, you realize it's one of the most unbiased and credible sources out there, along with Reuters. But I don't have a subscription to Reuters, so we're using AP News. Buds McCool says, economy is doing great. Wars are ending. Inflation is down. I have no idea where you're getting inflation is down. My not name brand coffee is $18 for a tin. Excadriller says, yo, what the fuck is happening right now? The news? MTG got fed up with the MAGA cult. That is something, but I don't know what. All right. So Greene had literal involvement in politics before Trump ran for president. She had her husband and had bought a commercial contracting company from Greene's father. Greene later opened a CrossFit gym in suburban Atlanta, but during the 2016 campaign, she started posting stories and videos online. Her initial commentary was a stew of conspiracy theories. Greene suggested a 2017 mass shooting in Las Vegas was a coordinated attack to spur support for new gun restrictions. Oh, jeez. This gives you an idea of the type of person we're talking about. In 2018, she endorsed the idea that the U.S. government perpetrated attacks on September 11th of 2001. I have looked at this so heavily. The September 11th, 2001. I've heard of, what was it? The Jewish people dancing on the street. And I heard there was like the Jewish student thing on the actual, in the building itself. And I also heard about, people hearing stuff, from the ground thinking that it was a controlled demolition. I looked into the Building 7 thing and hypothesis, and I cannot pull myself out of just the consensus on September 11th, 2001. And I think if you're logical, you would come to the same conclusion. In a video filmed at the U.S. Capitol in 2018, she claimed Representative Ilhan Omar, Democrat Minnesota, and Rashida Tlaib, Democrat Michigan, both Muslim women, weren't official members of Congress because they used the Qurans rather than Bibles swearing in ceremony. Cool, racism. We got that good old fashioned racism. I'm sorry, did you just use a Quran rather than a Bible? That's not my God. That gives you an idea just like how stupid these people are, right? Because it's like the Quran is arguing the same God. They just have an extra prophet. But because you think that it's a completely separate God, yeah. Anyway, it's just stupid. Also, can we just say like swearing on a Bible or a Quran is also dumb? Like, here's this 2,000-year-old book. Swear on it. I don't have any allegiance to that book. I'll just give you my word. Let's see. How did she get elected? In 2020, Green jumped into politics by joining a crowded Republican primary in a competitive congressional district in suburban Atlanta, where she lived. But after the incumbent in Northwest Georgia's strongly Republican 14th district announced his retirement, Green shifted her candidacy there. During her campaign, Green openly sympathized with QAnon, a conspiracy theory involving a global cabal of Satan-worshipping cannibals. Can we... including U.S. government leaders that operates a child sex trafficking ring. So, the second part, with U.S. government leaders operating a child sex trafficking ring, that's true regarding Jeffrey Epstein. But it has more to do with not like necessarily like the U.S. government, but just like rich people that just have too much money. J99A James says, shake my head. First Amender has evolved into worse Amender. How so? Bud says, I prefer first offender. Offending of what? Bo, was that your president that did that? Biden had high inflation for 2 years. The inflation kicked up under Trump. You may want to look back in your history. That's in fact true. We can pull that up. I mean, like it's not like make believe. Here. To be fair, right? It didn't have anything to do with Trump or Biden. It was the fact that COVID hit. That's why inflation went up. Inflation went up because of COVID. Anybody who thinks that that's not the case, you know, it's just not reality. Here. Let's take a look. Yeah, so this is annual inflation rate. You could see it in 2022 is 9.1%. It rose a lot. A lot. That's inflation. So when you can ask yourself, when was Trump president, right? So we have the years between January 20th, 2017 to January 20th of 2021. Let's see. Oh, how about that actually? So the inflation kicked up right as soon as Biden hit office. I'll grant you that. That's true. Now, does Biden have control over the entire globe? Because inflation kicked up everywhere. Everywhere. There wasn't a single country, I don't know, say for North Korea. We don't really have numbers on North Korea. Almost no spiking during Trump. Yeah, you're making an association. There was a spike everywhere. Here, we'll pull up global inflation. Here we go. All right. So here we have a chart, and this is from the OECD, where you can observe inflation. And interestingly enough, honestly, the United States didn't do too bad favoring the circumstances, but you could see it affected every country. So we know that it was because of COVID. It's everywhere. So it wouldn't have mattered if Trump was president or if Biden was president. You would have gotten the same inflation. And so when people are associating that, well, it ran well under Trump, so that's kind of true, but it's kind of like you're blaming the wrong thing. Inflation would have happened one way or another, regardless of your president. It's COVID. Let me take a look here. So let me guess. The people who can't come to the grill or people who have racist opinions. Well, yeah, I'm just referring to people who like can't just like vibe, like just chill out and not be like a psycho. Yeah, I'm sorry. You can't come to the grill. Excadriller says, First Amendment, that's a fair perspective. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. I think it's ridiculous to sit there and blame Biden or Trump on COVID. Like, COVID happened. Countries had to figure out a way to work with it. And every single country had high inflation. I don't think there would have been anything that any economist could have done to have foresaw or fixed COVID. Let's see. It's the Fed says, bro doesn't even want to debate. He closed the phone lines. The phone line's not closed. You can call in. Wait, is it not working? Let me check. I'll try it. Because I know it hasn't worked before, but we'll try it. It's the Feds said you just called. Okay, hold on. Let me test it. Should work. It's working. I don't know what's going on with you. If you're in a different country, you may want to type in 001 and then the number 202-998-5218. Now, hold on. Did I block your number? It's possible I blocked your number. Why would I block your number? What did you say that got me to block your number? The only way I'm blocking your number is, number one, if you did a prank call in the past. And then number two, using my platform to argue race realism. Let's see. Bud, I asked first if he was into the movie Cats. No, man, dude, have you seen that movie? I got reminded of that movie, and bruh. Hold on. Bro, it's so creepy. It's such a creepy movie. I'm gonna play an image. Play an image. I'm gonna show an image. And you tell me, bro. This is the main character. Brother. Brother, what's that? Brother. What's that, brother? I'm gonna do a. We're gonna do. Let me see if I can find this. I'm looking for it. Hold on. Where is it? Where's the thing? We are taking calls, by the way. The phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. Let me see if I can. Here we go. Got it. I got it. I got the video. All right. Let me open up window capture. It's gonna be VLC. Select a window to capture. Here we go. Let me just remove that. Remove that. Make it bigger, I guess. And then put that underneath everything. All right. Put it right next to Chrome. Ugh. Oh, wait, why isn't it playing? What the heck? Hold on. I got this. I got this. Aha, look at me. Anyway. We're just gonna here. All right, so we're gonna have two things up. We're a professional studio here, okay? Come on, move, Chrome. There it is. Okay. All right, here we go. This gag took far too long to set up.
Brother,
brother, brother, what's that? Okay, let's see. G Patrick 51 said, recent sub here. Thank you, by the way. I really appreciate that. Said, just wondering about your thoughts on the experience you had debating Andrew Wilson. What would you give your self-criticism or critique after knowing how it went? Okay. Well, my experience debating Andrew Wilson was, it was clear to me that I was trying to kill him with kindness, and his audience is not interested in killing people with kindness. They want to kill people with vitriol and hatred, and they send a bunch of trolls after you for arguing things that they disagree with, which, by the way, what they agree with is having a right-wing nationalist Christo-fascist movement. And I think that, number one, it's not very Christian-like. And number two, it's honestly, it's poison for the brain. There's a lot of young kids that thinks that that's normal, that it's normal to, like, you know, force women to be in the kitchen and live that like hardcore traditionalist mindset and make fun of people that are not that. And the debate itself was one thing. It was so weird. Like at the end of it, after everything had been said and done with the debate, it came down to, like, I had a hard time sleeping. Like I was like going to bed, but I was like completely amped up, like, you know, just in the moment still. And I was like, man, that was a lot. That was a lot. And I think I got to bed at about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning finally. And I woke up and I was like just basically surrounded with haters. And for weeks, it was just nothing but just haters in comments. God, I mean, it had to have been about 2 weeks worth. And I was like, Jesus, man, this guy's awful. It's the Fed says, I just tagged you in your Discord server general chat. Okay. It's the Feds. Okay. I'm from the YouTube. I'm trying to debate. Okay. Let me message you. All right. I just messaged you. I'm asking for your number so I can call it or I can unblock it. I'll have to take a look at where my blocked number's at. Block list. Wow, that's a lot of numbers. Look at that. Holy cannoli. BRB Bathroom says, Woke Ender, you do know that I love you, right? I'm not a hugger, so a slight nod will suffice. I don't know what you... J99 says, Amender is an interesting debate partner. You might get called a racist or a stochastic terrorist. Yeah, dude, I mean... the level that conversations happen is really not good. And I try to push back against these people that just, I don't know. It's really vitriolic. It's really awful. And, here we go. They sent me their number. Let me just type it in. No, I don't have you blocked. I don't have that number blocked. I mean, I'll try to call you if it helps. We'll do that. I'll call you. I'm going to make a call. Now we're calling.
Hello.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Okay, cool. And this is on your YouTube Live?
This is on my YouTube Live.
Okay, sweet. Let's propose a topic. I would like to debate you.
Okay. What you want to talk about?
Well, what do you want to talk about? You're the one with the live.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty woke. I'm pretty liberal. I'm the person that you likely dislike on Twitter. I read contemporary sources.
What were you just talking about in regards to the economy on your live? I was kind of skipping through trying to get on the phone with you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so I was talking about inflation, and okay. It is true that inflation kicked up under Biden. And so what a lot of people logically do is that they make an argument saying, well, Biden was president and, inflation kicked up, so therefore Biden caused inflation. But that's a bit of a leap in logic, considering the fact that inflation was up the entire globe. And the reason why inflation was up the entire globe was because COVID had disrupted supply chains. And it turns out food is, in terms of its stickiness, if you will, food, and when I say sticky, I mean economically sticky, as in like if you increase the price, it usually doesn't go back down. It just maintains its price. Food is actually a quite sticky resource. And so the end result is that inflation will just be up everywhere, no matter what. It doesn't matter what president you have.
Okay. Well, on that specific point, I would like to propose a topic after I make this point. If that's okay. Um. Okay. So yes, every president is going to have inflation, and also every president's initial inflation isn't inherently a product of them because they're having to, if you want to use this terminology, deal with the previous president's policies and how that affected the beginning of their term. Correct?
I don't even know what you said. It doesn't make any sense. Can you rephrase it? What do you mean?
Okay, I was kind of conceding somewhat to your point in the fact that just because Biden's inflation was up as soon as he took office does not inherently reflect on him. I I did not agree with Biden, but I will concede that just because inflation is super high outside of COVID, not even looking at COVID, you can't inherently blame the new president for how things are going as soon as they get into office because they are still dealing with the ramifications of the previous president's actions. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, what you're saying makes sense. I don't agree with what you're saying though,
Okay, fair enough. Why do you not agree?
because causation doesn't equal correlation.
Mhm. Okay, I think that's subjective to certain
It's not.
instances.
There's so a good example is if, for example, that your tire blew out and at the same time your spark plug is misfiring at the same time, one might logically consider that maybe one caused the other. However, it's totally possible, and in normal day, in normal situations, that two things happen at the same time that are unrelated to one another. If you wanted a
Even
specific policy that you saw as like a problem, for example, I know under Bill Clinton they wanted to deregulate banking, which resulted in the much later 2008 financial crisis.
sure.
So that's something that I can establish a causal mechanism there because we can see by the repeal of Glass-Steagall that it resulted in spurious investments by investment bankers as well as non-banker investors throwing their money at collateralized debt obligations, which would have been illegal otherwise. That's a causal mechanism. But specifically regarding inflation in Biden, that would have no reflection on the prior presidency, nor would that have a reflection on Biden itself, considering the fact that the entire globe was negatively affected.
Okay, I think we're getting a little bit lost in translations and points on this topic. Okay, can I propose a different one?
Sure.
Okay, in regards to Kamala's plan for dealing with the national debt in opposition to Trump's in the 2024 election. Okay. Um,
We just received a $1.99 donation from Nilly Siggers
that's
saying
crazy that
hello.
you just said his
Peace.
name.
Thank you. Sorry, I appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, can you repeat it? I'm terribly sorry.
No, you're perfectly fine. You had a dono. I understand. Um, what I was asking is, can we talk about Kamala's plan for dealing with national debt as opposed to Trump's in regards to her
Sure.
whole plan and then Trump's tariffs? I
Yeah.
assume that you would be siding with Kamala, correct?
100%.
Okay, and can you explain why?
Yes. Give me one quick second.
Okay.
Now I don't use AI, just FYI. I wanted to pull up specifically what would have resulted in what would be the benefits of a Trump plan versus a Kamala plan. You're aware that
Okay, but
virtually
if you're
every economist was siding with Kamala Harris's economic policy versus Trump's policy, right?
um, I don't want to say I'm aware of that. That's inherently agreeing. I do not think that virtually every economist was doing that. Okay, I do think there were a majority that were, but at the same time, I think that the leanings of people are very skewed in today's society.
The what is skewed?
The political leanings of people are skewed in today's society. So just because more people are supporting one thing doesn't make it better or good.
So hold on. I want to be clear, right? You believe that when I'm saying that virtually every economist was arguing in favor of Kamala Harris's plan, which
I don't
they were.
believe that virtually every economist
They were.
was, though.
They were.
I just ceded that there was a majority, but not virtually every economist. I will inherently disagree with that.
Okay, we're splitting hairs here. Most economists agree that Kamala Harris's plan was better economically than Donald Trump's plan.
Okay.
So, given that fact, and we can go over the numbers, it's a bit lengthy. We can go over specifically what Kamala Harris was interested in doing and what Donald Trump was interested in doing, and then determining based off of that. We can do that if you like, but it is true that most economists agreed that Kamala Harris's plan was a better plan than Donald Trump's.
Yes, most, not virtually every, but most. I will 100% agree with that.
All right. So
but
why do you think that that's the case?
That most are in agreement with it?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the case because of personal opinion. The fact that your name is First Amendment, you know.
It has nothing to do with a personal opinion. They're running numbers. It's not an opinion.
Okay, then how can you? Okay, but what about the people that did support Trump's plan? Is that just an opinion? Because they're still running numbers.
What? They're not running numbers. Those people don't run numbers. They don't have economists that actually agree with them.
Okay, so you're putting a blanket statement on everybody that supported Trump's plan.
No. So what I'm looking at here, if we observe here, we can look at the financial impact of the Harris and Trump campaign plans, and this was the U.S. Budget Watch of 2024. And we can go over this if you like. I mean, we have the Harris plan here, which goes over specifically what numbers are being impacted versus the Trump plan, and it is not even it's not even close. The negative impact for the Trump plan is far worse than that of the Harris plan.
Okay, but why do you believe that to be true?
Because the numbers show it.
You're searching online, and I'm not going to be pulling stuff off online. I'm trying to pay attention to what is being said, right? I'm not sitting here tinkling away on my computer looking for stuff to support my argument. Earlier, you just said that you were searching up. Granted, you said you weren't using AI, but you were searching up reasons for and against both economic plans. So, what
should I use then if I can't trust any source that I pull up, right? Considering and I really do want to point this out. Virtually every economist agreed that Harris's plan was better.
Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'll agree to those terms. Virtually every economist agreed. But what is your personal opinions on it? Why do you think her plans were better? Not what they said. Why do you? I understand that you formulate your thoughts.
Okay, I mean,
go ahead.
So my position of where I get my information from, or what I consider to be true versus not true, is ultimately going to come down to what do the experts say? What is the empirical basis behind it? Because that's what my underlying epistemology relies on. If the numbers don't show, or that the economists are against it, then I find that to be problematic, considering that economists, they are trained to do this particular thing. I'm not trained. I'm just some debate kid on YouTube, right? I don't have a master's degree or a doctorate in macroeconomics. So what I do is I find people who have doctorate in macroeconomics and then follow their conclusion, because I am not trained in it.
Okay. If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have gotten to the point of I understand that we get our information from outside sources. I'm not
All right.
saying that your sources are not.
We're not gonna play this game where you're saying, "Oh, if you
no.
had not interrupted me."
Yeah,
it was
but
the
that's
other
what
way
you did,
around.
brother.
You interrupted me, and secondly, I don't even want to talk about Meta. I would rather just have a conversation with you.
Meta as in the Facebook company? What are we talking about?
Meta, it's where you talk about a conversation and the conversation itself, not what the conversation is about, but the fact that we're talking, like what we're doing right now.
Right. Okay.
So I didn't interrupt you, right? FYI, you interrupted me. It was the other way around, but that doesn't even matter, right? I'd rather be on the topic. The topic is that economists do not agree with Donald Trump's plan. Kamala Harris's plan, in terms of a net deficit impact, it was better under Kamala Harris, as well as potential economic growth was better under Harris. Projections were better under Harris than it was under Trump. That's why.
Okay. Sure. Okay. And now give me your points on why you believe that Trump's wasn't the best option. Without pulling up more research off of your prior. Okay, go ahead.
So, for example, number one, he had this idea. You asked a question.
Okay. If I can't fully formulate what I'm trying to say without you trying to jump in, that's interrupting. Just so you know.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead. Ask the whole thing. You asked a question.
Okay. You know what? It's all good, man. This is insane.
Have a good day. Jesus Christ. Phone lines are open. Better. All right. Give me a moment. So what I wanted to say earlier with this person, he was too stuck in the meta, was I wanted to say that Donald Trump has this idea that the economy is better if there are more exports than imports. So that might be true if, say, you are an economy that is reliant on labor, as in you're producing things. That might be true. But in an advanced economy like the United States is based on a service-based economy. And so what you end up with is you have a trade deficit. To Donald Trump, a trade deficit, he wanted to create tariffs in order to reduce the trade deficit. But the problem is a fundamental misunderstanding of how trade deficits work. We hand them green pieces of paper, we get goods, products, and services. This in turn makes our life better. There have been, for example, instances where economists are sitting there talking about Donald Trump, who is concerned about trade deficits. And the economist is saying, if you want to get rid of trade deficits, fine, then just remove all imports into the country and blow up the economy. Go ahead. It turns out providing green pieces of paper to get goods, products, and services, that's a really good thing for us. It improves our quality of living standard. Let me see if I can find that. I remember this quote from the Bob Woodward book. Hold on. See if I can find it. Where's that quote? Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Amender, it's Extremo.
Hey, Extremo.
Hey, bro, quick question.
Hmm.
Do you think it's a coincidence that people, as they as they age and build more wealth, that they end up becoming Republicans or leaning conservative, rather?
I've heard of this claim. I haven't looked at this claim and whether or not it's actually true. I think you have a wide range of people that move in favor of Democrat or Republican. I just think that there's a lot of factors other than just getting older.
Yeah, you're right. I would argue that the biggest factor is that it's a point that AWOL made earlier, is that as people get older, they tend to progressively make higher incomes. The higher income you make, the more you're taxed, and people don't like getting their money taken away, especially if they disagree with the politics of whatever, you know. So
okay.
I
So I asked a very open question to, I asked to Google, and by the way, FYI, we are no AI here. You can see I have here this right here. Give me a moment. Let me size it so everybody can see it. Okay, so I asked the question, do people become more Republican as they age? Simple question, just open-ended, not biased.
Sure.
It says, do people really become more? So I found this paper from the University of Chicago Press Journals stating, do people really become more conservative as they age? Folk wisdom has long held that people become more politically conservative as they grow older, although several empirical studies suggest that political attitudes are stable across time. Using data from Michigan Youth Parent Socialization Panel Study, we analyzed an attitudinal change over a major portion of the adult lifespan. We document changes in party identification, self-reported ideology, and selected issue positions over this time period, and place these changes in context by comparing them with contemporaneous national averages. Consistent with the previous research, but contrary to folk wisdom, our results indicate that political attitudes are remarkably stable over the long term. In contrast to previous research, however, we would also find support for folk wisdom on those occasions of political attitudes do shift across lifespan. Liberals are more likely to become conservatives than conservatives are likely to become liberals, suggesting that folk wisdom has some empirical basis even as it overstates the degree of change.
Right. I would assume that any study, it depends on the pool of people, right, that they gathered.
Yeah.
Obviously, they gathered. Well, wait, hold on. You agree with what I just said, right? Like any research is dependent on the pool of people. You are basing your assumption off of the pool of people that you've been able to gather, right? Like that's how the data works, right?
I don't know exactly how they derived the data itself. All I'm doing is pulling an empirical research and trying to learn more about it, because honestly, I wasn't even sure. Do people really become more Republican as they age? I don't know.
I meant more conservative, but again,
it's the same thing.
Regardless, like the point,
you're splitting hairs.
The point, well, maybe, but the point is that like I was trying to make the point that it seems to me that like the more money you make, and the higher your tax, and the less illusion you are with the government, the less likely you are to be happy about being taxed. So,
well,
like,
okay, so for starters, right? Like for starters,
either it being a leftist or a conservative would have the same animosity about being taxed. You know, if they didn't agree with how the government is doing with their money. I think that's just a common sense thing. You know what I mean?
So for
go ahead. Sorry. I apologize.
So for starters, the idea that you're just going to get taxed more, and because you're making more money, you're being taxed more, therefore bad. There's a lot of ways to actually tax people without even people noticing it. For example, you can have value-added taxes. Right. There is also the fact that one problem that I have is the fact that our taxes aren't really used to help American people. They're often just used to kind of like make a bomb and then make a hole in the ground in the Middle East.
Sometimes that's a necessary thing, yeah, sure.
Yeah, but like it's overwhelmingly Republicans that do that. Whereas like Democrats, what
Yeah.
they want to do is that they want to have social safety nets and things available so that way the people don't have to live such a terrible life if you're poorer.
Um, the the problem is, and look, bro, I'm not against welfare. I'm not against like government spending. Obviously, like any government should be spending, right? Like on the citizenry. My issue is that like in my lifetime, for most of my life at least, it seems to me like the federal government tends to spend the money ineffectively. And the
Yeah, like on
biggest
wars in the
amount,
Middle East. I agree. But that's
well,
to do
whatever,
with
right? Whatever.
Republicans and their desire. I mean, then again, this is also true under Democrats. It's not like that Democrats
Correct.
haven't been war hawkish in the past.
Correct.
It is a matter of wanting to prop up things like the military industrial complex instead of spending
Right.
even a fraction of that money on, say, social safety nets or
Right.
school lunches or making
Well,
college free, or maybe
well,
investing in our infrastructure where we can move away from a car-centric system.
I mean, I think things are more complicated than that, bro. Like, I think that, like, for example, when it comes to like schools, right? I don't think that that's the federal government's responsibility. I think that that's the state government's responsibility. So any funding should be handled by the state government with assistance from the federal government if needed, right? I
I
think
disagree.
that's a better way to. Well, I think that's a better way to run it because every state has different
Yeah.
values, and you
No,
want the
yeah, yeah.
values of
The
your
problem
school
is that like
to
some of the
reflect
state's values is to underfund areas that have socioeconomic poor conditions, and they're predominantly areas that are minorities. And so what you'll have is that the state value will
yeah.
be to subjugate a specific minority of people in
No.
order to propagate their racism. And so what I
You're
would want is I
insinuating
want
that.
to have a federal minimum standard that ensures all schools can get the learning that they need, and I think it would just be better overall because a more educated population is a better off population.
Right, I agree with you on that, but the problem is that like you're failing to recognize the issues that cause the areas that have low tax rates for schools and all that. You're insinuating that the government has some malevolent intent with the population of those people, which I would argue that is not the case. It just tends to be that if you go to those areas, you got a lot of people rapping and shooting each other, you know, or
State
shooting each other and then
governments
rapping
do
about it.
and have a malevolent intent.
I think that that is not true because there are people of color going to good
Dude,
areas
I'm in the
that are
state of
doing well.
Florida. Do you think that there is a
Uh-huh.
malevolent intent regarding the discrimination of trans people in the state of Florida?
I can't speak on Florida, bro.
Well, there is. We know for a fact
Okay,
there
well,
is. They're writing
I'm gonna
laws on the
take your word.
books to discriminate against groups of people. If you think that
I'm gonna take your
Bible
word for
Belt
it. I don't
states
know.
like Alabama and these other and plenty of other states would not want to actively discriminate against minorities, I promise you, if you gave them the keys to the castle, the fact that it's even a non-zero chance that they go, oh, we do want to discriminate against these people, that spurs the problem, right? That's what I'm saying, is that shouldn't even be an option. People need to be able to teach their kids. There needs to be opportunity for people, regardless of whether or not you're brown, white, or whatever.
But look, bro, I'm not gonna speak on other states because I don't like other states. You know that. You know my position on any other southern state other than Texas and Florida is very poor. So I'm not gonna speak on that. But I'm just gonna say that over here in Texas, at least, it seems to me that whenever you go to an area that is wealthier, you tend to see certain values being executed that are different from the values of the places that are not as wealthy. And then because of those differences in values, you seem to have better outcomes in those areas. And that would be my argument.
This comes with a fundamental disconnect that there's something inherent in people's culture. Culture is generated by environment. We've already had this discussion many times over, and you've said it, and you've said this falsehood over and over, and I've explained to you over and over how culture is created by environment, not environment creating culture, not the other way around.
No, and I 100% agree with you, and that's why my point is valid even under your framework, because what I'm saying is that the culture.
But you're putting the blame on the culture. I'm putting the blame on the environment that leads to the poor culture, which leads to poor socioeconomic conditions.
I'm not putting the blame on anything. I'm just telling you how it is, bro. Like, if you have an area where people are shooting and rapping about it, and then you're going to have negative outcomes.
That happens if you have poor socioeconomic conditions. Dude, you can look at, for example, there are white areas that are very poor that lead to the very same problems. You've got moonshiners and people that end up joining motorcycle gangs. This happens. It happens because you have poor socioeconomic conditions. Or specifically, it's you have created an environment that results in a stunning amount of poverty, which then results in the poor culture that you're observing.
Well, they might have created it. But
also, I don't even think black culture, like, we've got like amazing music. I'm sorry, the music's amazing.
Well,
I love it.
You don't know anything about black culture, Amanda. You literally are so ignorant about black culture.
I like rap. I like rap music.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't.
But it's very wide and varied.
Wait,
it's like, what do you mean? Do you mean like Creole culture in Louisiana? Oh, Jesus Christ.
You don't know shit about black. You don't know anything about black culture. Who's Master P? Don't Google it. Who is Master P?
I don't know, dude.
Okay, then you don't know shit about black culture, bro. You don't know who Master P is.
You got me.
You don't know anything about black culture, bro.
Does this sound like you're being good faith right now? Do you think you're being good faith right now when having a conversation with me? Where you're like, who's Master P?
Let's be good. Well, that's pretty important. I mean, you can ask AWOD and how important Master P is to the black culture. Like, you don't need to take my word for it, right? But the point that I'm making
it just sounds like you're being super bad faith, right? You're trying to poison the well as opposed to like just having a conversation.
I'm not. I'm trying to prove a Well,
yeah, I know you're trying to prove a point. You're trying to show, like, what is your point? Are you saying that?
The point is that
do you think that because that there's a poor? Do you believe that because there is a poor culture, that's what leads to the poor socioeconomic conditions? Do you believe that?
I think that any group, I've said this before. I think any group.
It was a yes or no question.
Well, it's not a simple question, right? I have to respond to it this way. Any group, like you said, that promotes violence and participates in violence will lead to negative outcomes. Any group.
All right, you did not answer my question.
That is a answer to your question.
No,
that is
you did not answer my question. Not even a little bit.
That is more.
All right, I'm going to ask one more time.
Yes or no, bro? Okay.
Do you think that the culture causes the environment to be poor, or do you believe it is environment that causes culture to be poor?
The environment causes the culture to be poor.
All right. So,
right.
Saying that the problem is with the culture is kind of silly, right? You're trying to attack a symptom as opposed to attacking the cause.
Well, I would argue in this instance, it is a valid criticism to make because I can pinpoint specifically to the issues within the culture that are continuing to cause the conditions that make the environment continue to the cycle.
I have no idea what you just said. I listened to what you just said. I have no idea that wasn't even a cogent statement.
No. I'll shorten it, right? I can pinpoint specific things in black culture that I can prove to you continue the cycle of poverty and violence within those communities. I can specifically point out those things. I could, as a matter of fact, I can make strong correlations between the culture and the actions that people, the actions of people that are criminals within that community. and you would still dismiss them because you would assume that it's somehow tied to racism, or that it's not their
so
fault.
let me provide an analogy. Let's say, for example, that we observe that a person has pink eye, right? And your goal is to, well, they're waking up with crusty eyes. Let's wipe off the crusty eyes. They have all of these symptoms. Let's take some cold medication. And what I'm telling the person is wash your freaking hands.
Right.
Right. Because
Right.
obviously the cause of it isn't, you're not fixing the problem by clearing off the symptoms. You're fixing the problem by getting them to wash their hands, because that's the cause of pink eye. They're not washing their hands. So when you're talking about a poor environment, you've created a poor environment, which leads to poor socioeconomic conditions, which then results in a culture that you perceive as bad. I don't even perceive it as a bad culture. I find it very vibrant. But regardless of the fact, you think that the causal mechanism is the culture, when we know it's the environment. I'm saying to change the environment.
Right, but you can't, the government can't, as much as government has tried before, historically, they've done a very poor job at trying to change the environment through legislation. And that's the issue that I have with what you're saying, bro, is that you're assuming that government can change the environment and thus change the culture, which we both can, from what I've been able to assess from all our conversations, is you also agree that the culture is poor, right?
Have you ever heard of the Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative?
Is that the one in New York or something where they help each other or something?
It's Roxbury, Massachusetts.
Yeah, somewhere over there.
Yeah, basically what they did is that there was an effort to rebuild poverty-stricken community in the surrounding Dudley Square, which it is actually a community-run grassroots organization to gain the power of eminent domain through the Boston Redevelopment Authority, and that the community controlled its own development and the use of land. And it resulted in one of the most stunning turnarounds in a very poor, very disenfranchised community to being able to take hold and lift themselves up out of poverty. And this was a government-led initiative.
Well, I mean, government can assist in it, but I would say was it a state government initiative or a federal government initiative? Would
be a specific neighborhood, so it's even citywide. It's a city thing.
Right. So within the state, so that's my point, right? It has to be something done on the micro scale.
No, but I think that I don't think that we should be playing, when you're talking about the federal government, I think that the federal government provides like, hey, this is baseline for like all the states. All the states must follow this. For me, when it comes to education, the baseline of education for me is non-negotiable. If your desire is, hey, in this state, you can, I don't know, be some like Bible Belt, believe in, and then we're going to indoctrinate our children with Christian theology. And then in California, they actually teach their kids with basic education. I sit there and I think about the Bible Belt state, and I'm like, well, that's a terrible outcome, right? This is going to result in people being less educated, and this has trickle down effects for pretty much everybody, because you're talking about the overall education of people. By having a lower educational standard, this fundamentally reduces people's quality of living outcomes, which negatively impacts the entire country. The United States itself gets negatively impacted when people are less educated. So this idea that like, hey, we should remove this baseline and leave it up to the state to come up with a baseline is complete nonsense to me. You will actually make the world a worse place if you get your way.
Well, in theory, if you're using your type of logic, yes. But my issue is that, like, in practice, you seem to get issues with corruption whenever the federal government blanket funds programs that are assumed to be helping the local population. You tend to get a ton of corruption. You tend to get programs that are never followed through with. You tend to get pockets politicians. Like there's a lot of issues that have historically prevented funding from federal government to actually help the people. Now you
Well,
can find
to be
instances of
fair, right?
exceeding, obviously.
The main thing that caused the Department of Education incapable of doing its job properly is the fact that Republicans at every single step has tried to defund the Department of Education. So it doesn't surprise me that they're not a very effective organization, knowing that every 4 years that they get gutted.
Well, I agree with them being gutted. I think that they're a bad.
No, I don't agree with them being gutted. I think we need to fund it.
Well,
so that way we get a decent project.
I disagree with. Well, the problem is, again, right, like I think to use the federal government to solve a state issue, I think is a irrational way of dealing with a
it's
problem.
It's not irrational. It's a baseline.
It's so localized.
Right.
No, well, let me explain to you, right? It's so localized, right? These issues are so localized within the communities.
It's not. Education isn't. Education should not be localized.
Well, but
education
bro, the
needs to have a base level. Don't you think that everybody needs to know a level of arithmetic, a level of reading comprehension, a level of mathematics? Like I'm saying, like, I'm asking you, do you believe that there should be a baseline?
There should be standards. Obviously, I'm not dismissing that.
Okay.
I'm saying that
so that's hold on. Stop. That's a federalized standard. That's what I'm arguing.
Okay, but I'm not. Just to be clear, bro, I never dismissed the idea of a standard. I never said that. What I said is that when the government tries to fund programs to rectify discrepancies in educational standards in like specific cities, it doesn't turn out as well as they expect. The way I would handle it is
that's true if nothing is done. But the fact that you can even find problems and then fix the problems, that just means you fix problems as they come across. That's how projects work.
Okay, but you understand my position, right?
I understand your position. I think that if we followed what you want, that it would remove the federalized standard and leave it up to the states to determine the standard. And so what you'll have is wildly different standards, which results in poor educational outcomes.
Well, just to be clear, again, I'm not, that might be true, but my position is that like Massachusetts, where their program that to rectify the problems within the city, I would argue that once the state enacts programs like that or similar to those, the educational levels of the people within that city will grow to even higher than any standard set by the federal government. Because, like you said, a population in which there have safer cities, higher standards will result in more educated people. We both agree on that. So we just have a difference in opinion on how to rectify the issue. I think it should be more of a localized effort, whereas you think that the federal government should solve all issues.
I didn't say federal government should solve all issues.
Okay, then what is your disagreement with what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying regarding education, specifically education, there should be a standard that all states have to meet. That's what the federal standards are for education ought to be. You're arguing that should be left up to the states.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that the solution to a lowering of the to the lower educational levels of certain cities should be handled by cities. I'm not talking about standards, bro. Okay, let me just agree with you so that you don't get it confused anymore. I think that the federal government, I don't think that, but let's just say for the sake of argument that I do agree that they should set a standard for educational levels. Then
you're not against the federal educational system.
I'm against the federal government trying to rectify issues that are local to a community, bro. They can't. They can set a standard. If that standard isn't being met by a city, then it should be up to the city to rectify that issue.
Well, that's
not
how
the
it
state.
currently works, Extremo.
Okay, and that's the way it should work, bro. It shouldn't be handled by the federal government. Federal government shouldn't be funding all these programs, bro.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that should be handled by the local government that would be more effectively handled by the local government because they will understand the sources of the issue better.
So I have something here. This is actually kind of interesting. This lays into the credence, like the problem that I observe in the United States specifically. So what it specifically says here is there's a response to the statement, human beings as we know them developed from earlier species of animals. Let me ask you this. You believe in evolution, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And we came from earlier species of animals, right?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay,
We're all
cool.
animals.
Great. I agree. So roughly, so roughly 20% of the population in the United States believe that this is false. And there's roughly 40%. It's 40% believe that answer is false. And there's roughly 20% that isn't even sure about that. So that means only 40% of people believe that human beings as we know them developed from earlier species of animals. And so here's the thing.
Yeah.
This is over. I promise you, if I pulled up county by county people that believe in evolution, there will be a stunning correlation between Bible Belt and this type of belief. We know empirically, we have the information to know for a fact that we came from earlier animals. We know that for a fact. That's not up for debate. There's way too much evidence that shows that information. And if you look right here, right, if you look at Iceland, Denmark, Sweden, France, Japan, the UK, Norway, Spain, Germany, Italy, Ireland, Poland, Croatia, Greece, Bulgaria, and even Latvia, they have better metrics than the United States, the richest country on planet Earth. This is what happens when you leave the educational systems up to the states. You lead to worse outcomes.
I honestly think that if you were to focus on those studies a little bit, you would notice that those studies will mostly point out that southern fucking bullshit states like Mississippi, Georgia, what else? Louisiana, what is it called? South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida a little bit. I can name the states, but they're specifically that specifically affects those states. And we all know why those states are fucking shitty, bro. You know, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think it's like the overwhelming amount of religious indoctrination that results in extremely poor outcomes.
Yeah. And you know what, bro? Look, if it means anything, recently I've been traveling for work to those states, bro. And I realize you're right, bro. Maybe it's because I am living in a bubble. The bubble being Texas, Texas being the best state in the country, right? Like I have a privilege of living in this awesome state that is better than every other state by far, even California, by many metrics, you know? So I understand your perspective a little bit better, bro. But from what I've been able to see in my state, at least, the federal government doesn't really do anything to help us. They don't need to. We do pretty well on our own. The state is pretty well funded educational wise, right? And what I can tell you is that if you go to the poor areas, they get tons of funding, bro. They get tons of material, they get tons of funding, they get tons of support. But then you go to the people that live in those communities, and they tend to shoot each other and rap about it. And then you tend to have this issue with low educational standards in those areas. So I'm just putting one and one together. You can say that, well, if those people weren't fucking, discriminated against in the past, then probably they wouldn't be, behaving the way they are. which I would agree with. But the reality is that they are the ones causing those issues in those communities, bro. And I hate that you don't want to admit that. You don't think that they have any share of responsibility for the conditions that they live in,
So
which I think is ignorant,
if
bro.
you're talking about specifically educational outcomes, that is definitely
Right.
funded at a local level. Roughly about
Right.
8% of federal funds are used. I'm sorry. Roughly about 8% of the funding for education is done federally. However, the rest is done locally.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at Texas, for
So
example, again,
local
I can only speak on
funding,
Texas, we're doing
hold on. So local funding comes from property taxes,
correct.
which would favor wealthy areas.
Right.
Okay. So that means some student needs aren't being addressed properly.
Well, sure, I guess. Well, no.
I mean, you're acting like that they're receiving all of this funding, but mathematically speaking, that's not true.
Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, if you go to those schools in those poor areas, bro, they have a very similar programs to those other areas that you're saying are even more well funded.
I'm going to read something for you. I'm going to read something for you because you could not be further. You could not be further from the truth. The reality is that in the United States, we have a deeply inequitable school funding system. Public schools in the United States are some of the most inadequately funded of any industrialized nation, with schools and districts experiencing significant funding disparities due in large part to reliance on local property taxes. State funding rarely equalizes those disparities. In fact, only 18 states provide at least 10% more funding to high poverty districts and low poverty districts. Nearly 1/3 provide less funding to high poverty school districts than low poverty districts. On average, school districts serving the highest proportion of students of color receive $2,700 less per student in state and local funding compared to those with the fewest students of color. The federal government provides some support through Title I and other programs to help address these disparities. However, the federal share of K-12 educational funding has declined over the past 50 years, falling to 8% as of 2019 and 2020. Rising costs of health care and pensions. Unlike many other industrialized nations, U.S. public schools are responsible for funding employee health care and retirement benefits. Personnel costs comprise 77% of public school expenditures, with 51% allocated to teacher salaries and benefits. Nationwide, healthcare spending has grown tenfold over the past 50 years, and retirement obligations for K-12 employees are also rising. A student population with growing needs over the past decade, the share of low-income, special education, homeless, and English learner students has grown. Research has shown that more funding is needed to help students with higher needs reach state standards.
Well, I think the parents just need to sit down and read with their kids, bro, instead of twerking.
Good talk, Extremo.
Sorry, bro. Hey, bro, listen, I'll let you go. Just do me one favor, bro. Relax, man. What's going on, dude? It's a great America. We're about to have Black Friday, national holiday.
No, it's upsetting. It's upsetting.
I get it, bro.
What I find upsetting is like I show you the data. I show you what we know. This is the information from a very empirical source. What is this? This is the Learning Policy Institute, and they're throwing numbers at you and all of the information. And your answer was, "I think parents should read more to their kids." What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, it's because both things are true, Amender. Me and you always agree. We don't disagree.
Do you think that it is possible that if you live in poor socioeconomic conditions, that you likely have less time to read to your child?
Bro, I 100% agree with that.
Correct, because you are often dealing with multiple jobs in order to maintain taking care of your children.
Right. And I would argue that a parent...
Okay, look, bro, so if you have more time to spend to your kid, then you lead to better outcomes. But if you're poor, you spend less time with your kid.
Right, but like, bro, I'm a father. You're not, but I can tell you, bro. Like, you don't need to fucking dole on them, bro. Like, 15 minutes, Amanda. 15 minutes will make a fucking
A lot of the
huge
times
difference
parents are tired. And it's, by the way, it's a day in, day out thing, right? It's not just 15 minutes. It's, you got to be able to maintain this every single day, right? I mean, it's great that if you can get around to it, but not all parents can or do. Right? Not all parents are able to do it every single day. It's difficult, right? And it's like, and I think if you're poorer, you have a much less probability of taking care of your child as adequately as somebody who's more wealthy. And you're sitting there spouting off ideas like, oh, these poor districts, they receive plenty of money. But in terms, like overall, that's not true. We know that's not true. I just read to you how that's not true.
Well, I know, bro, and like the harsh reality is this, right? It's twofold. One, the people within those communities, regardless of how much funding you give them,
the lack of twerking isn't going to fix those problems. Extremo.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the twerking, even though that is an issue.
No, but twerking isn't going to increase the funding, which is based off of local property taxes.
No, hold on. I wouldn't say that it would. I never said that it would increase.
I know it doesn't. But considering that the problem is that removing twerking doesn't fix the problem. All you're doing is perpetuating some stupid stereotype.
Stereotypes are true, Amanda. You know that.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, if you can't recognize that thing, if you can't recognize,
let me ask you this:
then how are you?
I propose a policy, local government level, that the rich areas they have a fiduciary responsibility to funding poor districts. Some of the property tax money will then be divested over to the poor areas. Would you agree with this?
Yeah, I think that would be a smart idea.
Based. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think we'll cut it there because I'm going to prevent you from saying something else stupid.
Yeah,
we'll stop on the good note.
You know what, Amanda, bro? God bless America, bro. Would you rather live here or Romania?
Honestly, it's getting hard for me to not look at Romania in a romantic way. Anyway, I'll talk to you later.
Amanda, you really made me sad with that one. I'm
sorry. Have a good day.
Hurry up, motherfucker.
Bye. Wow, back-to-back call. Here we go. Give me a second. I'm setting my timer. Hang tight.
All right. Good morning to you.
How you doing?
All right. I called in a couple days ago talking about DEI, and it kind of delved into policing and stuff like that. My name's Jeff.
What was your name? Jeff?
Jeff.
All right, Jeff. What did you want to talk about? Actually, can you just give me a quick moment? It was like a 37-minute conversation with Extremo, and I just need to grab some something to drink while I talk.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I got about 5-6 minutes, and I got to go anyway.
Yeah. No, it won't take long. Just give me a quick second.
Sure.
All right. I appreciate you waiting for me. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm willing to hear you out.
Listening to you and Extremo kind of go back and forth. I think you both touched on a lot of things, which is good because the educational problem, I think, is multifaceted. I don't think just throwing more federal money at the problem necessarily would be good, because you have to oversee more closely what those funds are doing. I agree that those areas are going to have worse outcomes. I totally agree with that.
Yeah. So I think that, like, in terms of overall education, that there should be like a baseline of like, hey, this is what that education is. A lot of states aren't matching or meeting that baseline. The current proposal by the Trump administration is to remove the Department of Education as effectively a failed institution that hasn't actually yielded the results that that it promised to provide. In fact, education has gotten worse since the creation of the Department of Education. The problem that I'm having is that if you actually look, historically speaking, what has happened to the Department of Education over time, it's that Democrats have been wanting to keep it funded or fund it more, whereas whereas Republicans have wanted to gut it. And so what ends up happening is you kind of have this kind of back and forth of like maintaining the system, and then Republicans get involved and then they tear down the system, and then the system is just fundamentally worse off, lower baseline. And then Democrats get in office and then they can't seem to increase the funding on it, often because of either, filibusters or just refusal to want to fund the Department of Education. Then come in Republicans again, who then tear it down even further. And then their question is, well, we've had the Department of Education for 40 years and it has not resulted in the benefit. And I'm like, well, yeah, you've been tearing it down the whole time.
Right.
Well, yeah, it doesn't work if you tear it down.
Yeah. And I think there is a point to be made there, and I can't completely disagree with you. But I think you also have to look at how was that money used, and that's a really incredibly difficult. How do you look at that? That's super detailed.
So sorry, go continue.
Get conservative, in order to vote my conscience more along policy, not personality, or just because I have to register Republican to be able to vote for people that are more aligned with my policy viewpoints. A lot of people think if you voted for Trump that you're a Trump lover, and you get kind of put in this box of an ignorant, backwards country type person. I don't think that's the case. And when it comes to education, I think the Department of Education should absolutely be funded, possibly even more. But I think that teachers, that system has to be overhauled, because when it comes to education, the thing that's going to affect the outcomes the most is the quality of the teachers you put in that classroom. Not like how new are your textbooks, and stuff like that. It's just, does the teacher care? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it seems like because teacher salaries are, obviously not the best, they never have been. You look at a teacher's salary versus like a doctor, lawyer, firefighter, police officer, it's minuscule. So you get higher quality people choosing other careers. We need to make teaching, I think, more enticing. And I think teaching needs to be rewarded more on a performance-based metric. Not just you've taught for 10 years or whatever. You have tenure. Now it's impossible to fire you unless you stab a student in the eye with a pencil,
I mean, talking about teachers' unions and whether or not that it's, effective in one way or another. I mean, we could talk about these things, which is fine. It's fair. It's a fair point that it's like, hey, if you're a bad teacher, you probably shouldn't be teaching kids. But my problem is the way that schools are funded. Schools are funded by property taxes. local and state property taxes. And so when an X amount of money, if you're in a wealthy, affluent area that has higher value homes, there's more money available for in low poverty districts than there are in high poverty districts. And what I find is right from the get-go, you have K through 12 education be two completely different tiers of ability and success rate, because you have a fundamental lack of education in poor socioeconomic condition zones and very good education.
Better education. The wealthy get better education.
Yeah. And I think it's, what is it? I think I read somewhere where it was roughly 70% of the funding is pulled directly from your local property taxes. So this is the overwhelming amount of money. And I just think, listen, like if you're a little black child about to go into kindergarten and you go to that school that has been poor for decades and it's been underfunded for decades, I think that's wrong. I think we need to fix that. I think like if you create poor socioeconomic conditions, it results in all sorts of negative things.
I wish I had more time because I got a lot more to say, but I got to clock in, brother.
All right.
like your show. I love what you guys talk about, and you have a great morning.
Are you subscribed?
Yes, I am.
Appreciate it, Jeff. You have a great day.
You too.
Fupa Boy says, I was told that there was Pokemon. Should I play Pokemon? I could play Pokemon. I totally could. Have we gone over enough? We could probably play a little Pokemon and just play around. I'm not against the idea. It's fun. It's fun to just sit down and we could always switch back to like the academic mode whenever we want, really. All right. Let me get my controller. I don't know. What do you think? I think, dude, the very fact that we had redlining laws in like the 70s, like the 60s, like this wasn't that long ago. I get that it's like, it was deemed illegal, but these zones are still kind of like that. Like you go to any state, any city, and you go across Martin Luther King Drive and Rosa Parks Avenue, there's no like open diversity of white people and black people. It's overwhelmingly black people. It's overwhelmingly Hispanics. It's overwhelmingly brown people that are in those locations, and they have poor educational outcomes because we don't fund it. And the current solution to that problem is to remove the Department of Education and leave it up to the states. It's total nonsense to me. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, holy crap, can we just fund these schools? Can we like try to help people who like do poorly and give them a helping hand so that way they don't have to live such a shitty life? Anyway, all right, Pokemon, here we go. Here we go. Hey, yo. Where my Pokemon at? Why does it do that? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on a sec. Pokemon! What channel can you go to where it's like we're talking about educational advancements through redlining and then go straight to Pokemon? What channel? Name the channel, because I got to subscribe to that channel. All right. I think we got to the other side of the Seafoam Islands. Why are we here? Why are we here? All right. Why are we here? I thought I was outside. BRB Bathroom says, it makes sense to invest in education in order to deter crime. 100%. Crime is deterred significantly by just having a more educated populace. JI99A James says, individuals can better their communities without the federal government. So there's a semblance of truth in that. I just think that there needs to be a base level that the federal government enforces. Because if you leave it up to the states, if you think that the state that there wouldn't be states that would be okay with creating discriminatory policies against minorities, they 100% can, did, and will. All right, let's see. Seafoam Islands. Okay, I think I just talked to this lady. All right, we're going to murk this lady with a Gyarados. We're just going to murk her. All right. We have strength. We've got bite. Let's try bite. Does it work good? Not really. But it's flinching. That's cool. It can't survive. It can't move. AWOL says, Bobro, you do not need the government for community programs. People can organize those things themselves. Hold on. You can have federal assistance while also community assistance. Both of these are not bad things. All right, we have a horsey. Merc. Okay. I cast Merc. I Merc. I'm just imagining this Gyarados just curb stomping a little horsey into the ground. I should draw that. A Gyarados just going hog wild. Let's see. AWOL says, Big Brother taking kids to trips to the zoo, museums, things of that nature. You do not need government for that. I'm saying funding, right? Just fund it. If that results in zoo trips and museums, okay, fine, whatever. I mean, it helps the education. Like, what do you mean? Like, just fund it. Just fund it, and then we'll figure out how it's being used. The problem is we're trying to get rid of the Department of Education. And the justification is, it's not efficient. It doesn't work. But that's the problem, is that it actually does work. It's just that Republicans keep underfunding it. It's so annoying. I hate this. Imagine if I'm sitting there, like I got two mechanics, right? And then there's like a good mechanic that knows what they're doing and they try to fix the car. And then like the other mechanic is like a monkey just banging, just banging crap. And like the monkey is just destroying the car. And it's like, for 1 week, this mechanic needs to work on the car. And then in the other week, the monkey's got to work on the car. And then the car gets destroyed as a result of just monkey stuff. and then the monkey's justification to why is that, well, the car is just a bad car. It doesn't work. Like, what do you mean? You caused it. That drives me nuts. I don't know. Maybe that's a weird analogy, but I think it gets my point across. Look how cool that Firo is. The Gyarados is intimidated, just caused fear in that Firo, bro. Let me see here. James says, does anyone donate to their local library, school, or community centers? Me personally, I just give directly to the homeless. Just right to that. Like, listen, if you're just going to use it to buy beer or alcohol, I don't care. I don't care. Or you're going to buy like drugs or what? I don't care. I literally don't care. Just listen, whatever it is that's making their life happier and how unhappy their life is, anything that I could do to make their life just a little bit happier, sure. Why not? Maybe I'm not helping them if they're just buying more drugs. You know, maybe there's an argument to be made there. But again, listen, they're taking drugs because they're unhappy. Okay. Like, I like a good whiskey. Why can't he have a whiskey? I give him a whiskey. I don't care if he's addicted. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Listen, it sucks. It sucks to be homeless. So I'd be drinking with him. I'd be drinking. I'm sorry. I'd be drinking. If I was homeless, I'd be drinking. Why would I not drink? Why would I not? There's the only happiness left. Like, just give him some money, some beer money. Oh, it's funny. Let's say, for example, there's a homeless guy, right? And he's like, I'm going to take this money. I'm going to go buy heroin. All right, homie. I get it. It sucks. It sucks out there. Just go. Here's money. Here, go. Go. Have fun. Yeah, like, his life sucks. Why make it worse for them? I don't care. I don't care what you do with the money. Xander Cat says, fuck yeah, base. It's not even my business what they do with the money. Once it passes my hand to theirs. Dude, true. True. I couldn't agree with you more. I agree with you. 100%. 100%. I mean, it's like, what? Okay, if you were homeless, what would you do? Be honest. Like, let's say, I don't know, some horrible medical expense. Your house gets repossessed. You lose your job. You lose your access to your family. Your family doesn't want to help you. There you are. You're under a bridge, right? You're like, you're a few paychecks away. Really. A lot of people are a few paychecks away from becoming homeless, right? So, like, imagine you're homeless. What would you do? Seriously. Like, just give me a legitimate, like, what would you do being homeless? Think about it. I'll be honest. Me? Step one, right? If I'm homeless. Step one. Okay. Get a gym membership. Step one. It's $15 a month, right at the Planet Fitness. I'm taking a shower there. Gotcha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Life hack. And I guarantee, I've seen homeless people use the Planet Fitness for that purpose. Isn't that sad? The Planet Fitness. The Planet Fitness is showering the homeless. All right. Now that I'm clean, right? Where would I clean my clothes? How would that work? I mean, I'd probably use a laundromat. Laundromat would be my friend, obviously. And I would probably have like a little packet for like cleaning my clothes. And I would basically be doing everything in my power to try to find a job where and not look homeless. Like, I would spend a lot of time shaving and trying to like clean myself up. That would be what I would be doing. But I gotta be honest with you, man. Would I be just like sitting down at a bridge or a park or whatever with a paper bag and a drink? Why not? Why would I not do that? I'd do that. I saw there's an old man that I give money to every so often. There's this old dude that he's a Vietnam vet. And he's like 80. It's this old black man, and it doesn't look like he can see very well. Because I could see his eyes. They're like cloudy. He's got, what's that called where you have cloudy eyes? It's cataracts. Let's see. Let's see here. AOL says, First Amender, did you just say that you'll give a homeless guy money to get drugs if that's what he wants to do? That's sad, man. That's not helping. Listen. They're in a shitty situation. And if they're dealing with, some sort of an addiction thing, like, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. I can't fix their addiction. I don't have a way to adequately fix their addiction, but I could at least provide them that momentary respite. Albeit fleeting. It's a momentary respite. It's just one thing to help reduce their overall suffering. That's all it is. Like, I don't care what they do with the money. I don't care. I just here. Are you going to go buy alcohol with it? Are you going to go buy food with it? I don't care. Whatever it is. Just listen. I'm not going to dog on you because of your addictions. Alexander99 says, your country is a multicultural hellhole. It's a melting pot and it's falling apart. So the United States could actually be doing quite well for itself if only Republicans would, fund the social safety nets and programs that actually make people's lives better. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of curious about this comment of yours. Because I always like listening to like these racists. Darn, doesn't have anything on his YouTube channel. He's got 1 subscriber. Nothing. Got nothing. But it does look like Alex99 is military. Let's take a look here. Yeah, Alex, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. I mean, we're never going to, like, get along. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Like, there's nothing that, honestly, that I could potentially say to a guy like you to, like, I guess have a discussion, right? If, like, your predicate discussion is like, oh, we got to get rid of this multicultural society and have like a ethnically homogenous society. We're not going to get along, right? Like because like, in order to have your society, the society that you want, you invariably have to cause the suffering in like a huge portion of the population. It's not even remotely acceptable. So, I mean, I don't know what I could possibly do to convince you, be like, hey, that would cause a lot of death and suffering. Let's not argue things that cause an innumerable amount of death and suffering. You would probably say you don't care, and so we just have to like walk away from that, right? I just look at you as like, okay, well, your world would be a really awful world. And I hope that nobody ever listens to your idea, right? I mean, there were people that did listen to that idea and they followed through with it. It didn't result in good outcomes. I mean, it was pretty bad for a lot of people. So yeah. Ooh, hold on a sec. Darn. Let's see what we can get. Sorry, just give me a sec. Yeah. Alexander 99. That means they're born in 99. So if they're born in 99, how old would they be? They'd be 27. 27 and you're still a fucking race realist? Jesus Christ. Let's see here. James says, if we love each other, you shouldn't be okay with contributing towards one's downfall. Yeah, I agree with you. I would want to make society better, not worse. All right. So my Gyarados is getting kind of overused, overworked. So maybe I'll switch him off to let's see. Swap him off to maybe the Zapdos. Red's Rhetoric says, can one call via Discord? Sure. Yeah, you can call me. It's a First Amender, 1ST Amender. I turned off my streamer mode, so I'll be able to hear it. All right, let's like murk this Poliwag with this legendary bird Pokemon. Zapdos grew to level 52. Yay, Zapdos. Zapdos, you just murked him. Good job. Hey, we made it to Cinnabar Island. Cool. All right, let's Pokemon Center. Alexander says, dude, I believe race is real as a concept. So, I've heard arguments about this, and I'll see what I can do to provide something about this. Give me a moment, okay? All right. Oh, phone call. Hi. Oh, they're just... I sent him a sticker of a furry. All right. All right, here we go. You're on the line with First Amender. How you doing?
Yo.
What was your name? Oh, shit. Hold on. Mike. I had to switch my mic. How you doing?
Doing well. By the way, if my audio sounds awful, that's because I'm on my Linux machine setting some stuff up. So
you
the
sound perfectly fine.
microphone filter and stuff like that might be off.
You sound perfectly fine.
Excellent. Perfect. So if it does get annoying, just let me know and I'll do what I can to fix it. Obviously, I probably can't do much. Like I said, I'm still setting everything up because Windows decides to spy on you and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So what did you want to talk about specifically?
So we have ourselves I guess an old, or what used to be a liberal turned hardcore MAGA, an old friend of mine. And I was wondering if I could treat you like my personal bulldog and sick you on him because you look like the type of person that might actually know what the hell they're talking about. Of course, I believe I'm fully capable of debunking their nonsense myself, but that's not what I do on YouTube. I debunk flat Earth, and you were on Yerba Mate Talks, where we typically talk about debunking flat earthers, not necessarily anything political. But does that sound like something that you would be interested in doing? Because this person used to be really progressive, actually. But then they went down the anti-trans rabbit hole and came out the other side basically thinking that Trump was the second coming of Jesus.
Okay.
And I don't know why. Maybe he hit his head very hard.
Okay, sure.
So one of the things that, now again, I don't believe in any of these policies. You know, so this isn't me talking here, just keeping you, making you aware of that. The first thing that they are bringing up is this idea that it would be, I guess, immoral to allow illegal aliens to stay in this country, even though I don't agree with that whatsoever. They make this really, really long post about like Abrego Garcia, for example, and for some reason thinking that it's worth it to spend however millions of dollars trying to deport this guy to a country he's not even from. Like, this seems kind of crazy to me. I'm just wondering, one, what are some of the justifications that you've heard for doing something so outrageously evil, and how do you counteract it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're hitting right on the money. Where it's a huge waste of resources to sitting there wanting to deport this person because there's like this idea of like retribution, I guess, that is like really, really attractive to Republicans. And it's like when it comes to like liberals or Democrats, what they like to think of is like things in terms of outcomes. And if the outcome is poor, it's like, okay, well, why are we doing a thing that has poor outcomes? As opposed to how I would address his question, I would see if I would like appeal to like, you know, the humanity of the situation, like what exactly it is that we're doing. I mean, we physically separated children from their parents and put them in cages on the border. It's like, for weeks at a time. In fact, that situation got so bad that we couldn't tell what child went to what parent, and the United States government had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on DNA tests so that way the child could go back with their parents. Like, we all acknowledge that's insane, right? That shouldn't be a thing. Ooh, Nilly Siggers just said $4.99 USD. Thank you very much, Nilly Siggers, for that. I really appreciate that. Saying, I do not like Trump because he is an N-word lover. Jesus, dude.
I think he's telling on himself with that username. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, Nilly, dude. Holy crap. You gotta chill with that. Let me take a look here. Let's check out Nilly's channel. Oh, it's a throwaway account. Join November 22, 2025.
I would vote to nuke it from orbit, but that's just me. Your channel, your rules.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead and does my explanation make sense?
How about this? Did you see the story about how ICE apparently went 007 or whatever the fuck on an apartment complex and was like zip tying kids while they were in their underwear in the street? Did you see that story?
No. Oh.
Yeah, so they did. So ICE did a raid on some apartment complex, and the outcome of that was as follows. You're gonna love this. By love, I mean absolutely hate. The outcome was that children were zip tied in the street in their underwear. They were woken up at like some ungodly hour, 1 o'clock in the morning, something like that. Don't know the exact time, but it resulted in no one being deported because no one there was illegal. So what was the purpose of the trauma that they were inflicting on all of these individuals? And then the question becomes, how much money did this all cost?
Yeah.
You know, I look at the budget of ICE and I ask myself, how many homeless veterans could we house with the amount of money that they were spending on this evil endeavor? I have to wonder, like, yeah. Wouldn't this come across the mind of any decent individual out there, regardless of their political affiliation? Like, let's say you're a hardcore Republican, you believe in small government and all that, and all that nonsense, whatever. Wouldn't that be like, okay, I'm a Republican, but this seems a bit much. Like, I want smaller government, not government bashing down the doors of random apartment complexes, hoping that they strike gold one of these days.
I mean, this is where I have a discussion, like, regarding just like standard human decency. I wouldn't want to be treated this way. And if somebody is an illegal immigrant, to me, it's like very simple. The idea is not to punish them for being an illegal immigrant. You just provide them what is necessary so they can go the legal pathway.
Yeah, path to citizenship. What I think is going on here is that, as you said, it's a. Are you with me? Maybe I'm misreading here, but let me just ask you directly. Do you think that they are basing their immigration policy on a inherently hateful ideology?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I was laughing at this picture. I'm sorry. Repeat it.
All right. Let me repeat one more time. Do you believe that the ones in power that are implementing these immigration policies, you know, ICE, the raids, and all that stuff, do you believe that they're basing that and promoting that and pushing that on a hateful ideology?
Yes.
Yes. So, given the hateful ideology, I mean, we all heard the the history of Stephen Miller, for example, who, by the way, does look like a demon. But if your entire thing is I hate these people because I hate these people, it may not be worth the money to like house the homeless or give them a path to citizenship. It may be worth the money to hurt them in any way, shape, or form. So I guess the question is, can you get someone like that to change their mind?
I don't know, man. It's difficult to get somebody to change their mind. I think there's like, you need to have a lot of things in combination happen, as well as like personal experience to get people to change their mind. I don't think that like debates, for example, like change people's minds.
I see. So it wouldn't even be worth the effort, you think?
It's not that it's not worth the effort. Like, we don't want to like exclude people from society, but at the same time, you're not going to change their mind by just talking with them, right? It requires their own personal experience to change their mind. Like a lot of people who, for example, who are racist, what ends up happening is how they pull themselves out of racism is that they end up becoming friends with a minority.
Yeah, that's I've seen it. I've seen it before.
Yeah.
So basically, the only way to get someone in your opinion, at least, the only way to get someone to see the error of their ways is for, excuse the tacky metaphor here, but walk a mile in their shoes type of deal. Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So maybe it's just not worth the effort, and some people are just too far gone, because
Yes.
I can't force anyone to quote unquote walk a mile in their shoes, or whatever the saying is this week.
From what I've seen, I think like over a long period of time, that if you're just having conversations with people, that they do change their mind, but it takes time. It's a long process. There's no eureka moment, I guess.
Oh boy. Well, it seems like in that case, well, the reason why I'm asking this is because it's kind of a doom and gloom scenario. Because remember, the only reason that a completely unhinged dipshit got into the White House is because these individuals can vote, and obviously, I wouldn't recommend we take away their ability to vote. That would be fucking awful and evil and shit. Mm-hmm. But the same issues will constantly keep reappearing unless we can somehow break through to these individuals who, again, have the ability to vote. So is there any way that you think we can actually make some headway here? Because obviously they're not going to vote on... Here's my opinion. I don't think they vote entirely on policy. I think they're voting entirely on vibes. And yes. Trump just gave the right vibes at the right time in the right way. I mean, this is why you saw Joe Rogan essentially, cupping and stroking him like what you would see on Pornhub. It's like they vote entirely on vibes. So are we to play the vibe game, or are we to play the policy game, given the fact that our policies are objectively superior to theirs?
Yeah. I think you can have like a combination of both, right? Like one is not exclusive to the other.
True, but Democrats have a very bad habit of being it's kind of like watching paint dry. So for example, Hakeem Jeffries, every time I listen to him talk, I start falling asleep. I agree with 99.9% of the things he's saying, but the dude is like so boring. And then he does not have the it factor. Like, for example, Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani has the it factor, of course. Yeah. But when you look at when you look at Trump, he's constantly crazy, and
So-
he always
so
brings
do you-
attention. I'm going to lower drugs by
Yeah.
1,000% because I don't know math.
So do you know what I want to, like, what I think what fixes this problem? And I think it's like a underlying thing. I think that the way that this problem is solved, unironically, is fund the crap out of education. I think, like, for example, like the Pell Grant, I think that needs to be extended a lot more. It needs to be a lot bigger and a lot more effective, a lot more overarching, effectively making college free. And that we pay out of pocket because we know that it would actually pay off in dividends having a more educated population. And I think if people are more educated, I think it would result in better overall outcomes for everybody.
Yeah.
People don't fall for
nonsense.
nonsense.
Let me answer a question here, if I may. How many homeless veterans could we house if we weren't housing illegal immigrants? I don't know. How many homeless veterans do you think we could house for the cost of $300 million instead of building a fucking ballroom?
True. But like, this is another thing. It's like, how many homeless veterans could be? They're arguing as if that we're not the wealthiest economy and that we can't help everybody. We can. It's just a matter of paperwork to being able to get the policy right where we affect everybody in a positive way. So homeless veterans should be housed, and same thing with illegal immigrants. Just people in general, people as being people should be housed. Nate said, I vote based on who has the, hey man, I really appreciate the donations, but I'm going to have to time you out, buddy. Like I can't have this kind of stuff. So apologies.
Again, he's telling on himself with that username.
Yeah.
Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to, I guess, spam your channel with a whole bunch of racist comments, to maybe in an attempt to get you banned or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just watch out for that.
Yeah. I've already... Is my Gyarados dying to eradicate? Triggered. Bro, triggered. Sorry. My Gyarados just got murked by eradicate.
Yeah, so let's think about this logically. Right now, the United States has the best unhealth care that money can buy. Have you seen the F-22 Raptor? It is
exactly.
beautiful.
Classic.
It is the
Classic.
scariest plane on the planet. I think we could do with less of them because we're already OP as it is. Couldn't we like dial that back a little bit and maybe, I don't know, get Medicare for all?
I agree with you completely. It's a matter of, I mean, think about it this way, right? We don't say, for example, fund our children's food, right? You have to pay for that out of pocket, but prisoners get 3 hots and a cot. Like, if a prisoner gets the option of having a place to live with a roof over their head and everything taken care of, I feel like that there probably should be a base level for people who are free, right? Technically free, right?
Are you talking like a UBI situation?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as a UBI, but like, I think that we need to look at like the Nordic model where it's like, they look at things like housing to be a human right. It's not assumed in the United States that that you have a right to housing, for example, and it really should be.
Yeah, if you want to know like the way it could be, yeah, go look at the Nordic countries. They seem to get their shit figured out quite easily.
Yep.
If we simply follow that model, be great. But I think what's going on here is that, one, we need to get rid of lobbyists. And two, I believe that there are just some businesses out there that are inherently evil and probably shouldn't exist.
Like what?
but that's a big change. Like, for example, for-profit prisons, for-profit healthcare. These are
Yes.
evil businesses, and they should not be businesses. I would even go so far as to say for-profit colleges shouldn't really exist, although that one is probably less egregious than the for-profit prisons and for-profit healthcare system that we have. Basically, we have these giant corporations that are middlemen between you and your doctor.
I mean,
And then they have the fucking nerve to tell you that, no, you can't get that CT scan because you haven't justified it to us when it's your doctor that made the recommendation in the first place.
Yeah.
How does that make any sense?
no, I agree with you. It's and again, like, this stuff is solved. That's the most annoying part. But then you'll hear a lot of Republicans say, well, that's not up to, we shouldn't have to take care of these people. They should be able to take care of themselves. And I'm like, well, hold on. We kind of live in a society where we can, like, again, we're the wealthiest nation on planet Earth. Why can't we do any of these things? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and it's like it costs money to jail these individuals. Who's going to pay for it? Do you think that just because it's going to a private company that the government still isn't paying for it?
Mm-hmm.
You do realize that we're still paying for it either way, but we're paying it to a middleman rather than just operating the jails directly.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's the same story with healthcare.
like,
we're paying a middleman rather than just going straight to the doctors and letting them make the decisions.
I mean, you can have, for example, controls on systems. Like, I know, like, private prisons, yes, it's terrible, right? We shouldn't have private prisons. At the same time, it's like, hey, there should be like a standard that, like, hey, if you want this prison contract, you need to uphold that standard, right? You don't have to like rip apart the entire system. You can actually make it better and establish certain price controls where it's like, hey, you're housing this many people. This is how much you get, whatever. You get my point. Is like, it can be mitigated some of the problems that come with privatizing systems. I know, like, in the United States, for example, water and electricity is largely privatized. But with that being said, it comes with a great deal of controls that are coming from the government, where they say, hey, you need to have this specific standard. You have to have this amount of safety. You have to be operating at this certain level. You can't do this much damage to the environment, stuff like that.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a documentary? I recommend you don't watch it if you don't want to get really, really upset. But it was called Cash for Kids. And I'm going to spoil it for you. So spoiler alert. There was a judge that was extremely corrupt that was getting back alley deals from private prisons. And these private prisons were for juveniles.
Jesus Christ.
And there was a case where a whole bunch of kids that were taken into the court, taken into court and placed in front of this judge for really, really innocent stuff. Like, for example, drawing on the wall with a permanent marker, or stealing a candy bar, something that is really not all that serious. But they were sent to these juvenile detention centers anyway, even though the punishment did not fit the crime. And as it turns out, this judge was getting deals from these private prisons, because the more people that they were housing, the more people that they had on their clipboard, the more money they would get as a result. So they wanted to get as many people into their prisons as possible because that's how they were making their money. So in order to ensure, to guarantee that that was happening, they got in contact with the judge that was making these decisions. And they say, hey, listen, if you can get us this many kids, these many juveniles into our juvenile detention centers, we'll give you a cut of our profits.
Jesus.
And let's just say...
And then they were like, oh, yeah, that's fine. Let's do that.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that. So there was a profit incentive. There was a profit incentive there for this judge to essentially punish these children for completely not all that
Good
serious
God.
crimes. Like I said, we're
That's a
talking like
frickin'
drawing
nightmare.
on the school wall with a marker.
Holy crap. That's a nightmare, dude.
Yeah, there was a whole documentary over.
I'm sorry to be
and
laughing. It's just it's a very serious situation. It's so incredulously horrible that it's like I don't know. I react to these things kind of weird. Like, Jesus, that's insane.
Oh, it gets even worse. What if I told you it got even worse?
All
So
right, what's this documentary called?
after
I normally don't like documentaries.
Cash for Kids. Cash for Kids is the name of the documentary, and if you watch it, you will
Is it on Netflix?
you will become very upset.
Is it on Netflix?
It is the best reason. It is the best illustration of why private prisons and private detention centers simply should not exist. Because so long as that profit incentive is there, there is a risk, a very, very high risk for corruption. And this judge was corrupt. Now, thankfully, this judge was caught and sentenced accordingly, but not before a few of the kids, because of the criminal record that they received, which didn't allow them to progress in society as far as they would have. Some of those kids ended up taking their own lives.
I'll probably check it. I'd like to watch it. Yeah, sounds interesting.
Yeah, so keep that in mind. So there was a profit incentive there. Now let's look at for-profit healthcare. There's also a profit incentive there, because if they keep
you're not
getting
gonna find
you
me
to pay
defending these
them,
things, for sure. Yeah.
yeah, if we get you to keep paying them over and over and over again when you're healthy, all is good. But the very moment you get sick, the way that they make their money is by denying you care. You keep getting money in, but you do everything in your power to make sure money does not flow out. That's why they put, red tape in front of red tape in front of red tape, making sure that you're not going to get the care that you actually need. And sometimes time is not on your side. So there was one story of a woman that needed a CT scan because it was believed that her symptoms were the cause of some particular type of cancer, but it obviously can't get confirmed unless she received a certain scan. I'm just giving a surface level explanation here. I'm not a doctor, don't claim to be. But there was so much red tape and so much paperwork that she had to go through that by the time that she had gotten the scan, it was like months later, after fighting and basically threatening to sue the insurance company, I guess, they found out that, yes, it was cancerous, and because of the delay, it was now lethal.
Wow. That's wild. Yeah, that's
so
terrible.
if they had done that scan earlier, then she had a much higher chance of surviving this nonsense. And the only reason they denied paying that out was because, one, these scans aren't cheap, and two, it would be bad for their bottom line. So why is this a business again? Why are we putting a profit incentive on this?
Yeah. No, I get you. You and I are in agreements here. I appreciate you calling, Reds. And it's nice meeting you.
No problem. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you over Discord a link to this dude's channel. And what I would like for you to do is do your best to try and educate this individual. See if you can. I'm not saying you're going to be successful. I just want to see what happens, honestly. Kind of like a slow-moving train wreck. It's horrible, but you can't. I might try to get them to do that, actually, just to see how big the fireworks get, honestly.
Okay. It depends on my mood. Sometimes I'm like really fiery, and sometimes I'm just like trying to be chill and just relax. It just depends on how I'm feeling. I don't know why I'm like that.
Before you talk to this guy, just make sure you drink this cocktail. It's a mix of Red Bull, Mountain Dew, and 5-Hour Energy, and you should be good to go.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Good. Glad we had this conversation. Have a good one, man.
Bye-bye. That was Red's rhetoric. All right. So I was just looking at the maps for the Pokemon Mansion. What's in here? Like, I think I just need to explore. Just explore. It's good to just explore. Jeff says, it's only a hellhole for those stuck in the poverty loop. The U.S. is pretty awesome for everyone else and has ample opportunities for betterment. Yeah, there's instances of opportunities. The opportunities are shrinking, though. We should be aware that the middle class is eroding away. And they're either becoming richer or they're getting poorer, that's not a good thing. We don't want that. Like, just like from a strict, just forget about like the humanitarian position. It's like just from a strict, like an empirical point of view, like just an economics argument, it is not good for us to, oh, actually I don't have this Pokemon. Let me switch over. Let's see. You think I can not kill him with my Vaporeon? All right, let's try it. Let's see. All right, let's try quick attack, and that's not very good. God, he's weak. Ugh. Hurt by poison. Brutal. Let's try surf. It's not going to kill it, will it? Of course it kills it. That's annoying. Let me fix that. Maybe like just a regular antidote, or do I need to use a full cleansing bag, awakening, stick, burn heal, ether, revive, moonstone, rare candy. Waterstone, big pearl, ice heal, full heal. I think I'm just going to use a full heal on Vaporeon. Here you go, buddy. Squirt, squirt. Everywhere, most people in poverty stay in poverty. Oh, you know, it's funny. It's like, hold on. So Jeff says, where is the U.S. lacking in opportunity? But Jeff is already aware that there are people who are lacking in opportunity. Jeff says it's only a hellhole for those stuck in the poverty loop. Great. You can acknowledge the existence of the poverty loop. Therefore, there's instances where the U.S. is lacking in opportunity. There you go. There you go. I did it. I did it. Where's my... Should I be healing my Pokemon? I don't think it's necessary. That was just Vaporeon. Just needed to I wanted to catch that coughing. Okay. There's stairs there. Growlithe. Look how cute it is. They make him so adorable. Look how adorable it is. It's wild. Drill peck. I drank a lot last night. But in my benefit, I also drank a lot of water. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's a wall that's in the way. That's not stairwell. Rattata, what are you doing in here? God dang, you're a beefy Rattata. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want a Thunder Wave. Yo, I'm back. Are you fighting Blaine? Excadriller. I am not yet fighting Blaine, but I am just kind of wandering around in this place, and I don't know why, but I am. I'm assuming this is what I gotta be. I'm assuming that this is what I gotta be doing. Secret switch. Press it. Who wouldn't? Okay. I think I opened that door. Coming. All right. Can I catch a coughing without murdering it? Because surf, that dealt a lot of damage. Let's try this Gyarados. Jeff says, why do they stay in poverty? If you have poor educational outcomes, because you don't fund the education, this has cascading effects where, number one, you do not emphasize education as much. And when you grow up and you inevitably have children, sometimes due to lack of education, you inevitably have children who, because you did not desire education, you don't teach your kids or really know what to do when it comes to seeking higher education. This is the poverty loop. All right, come on. Bruh. Will this auto kill poison? Stop poisoning me, bastard. All right. Honestly, probably best bite. Let's just do a bite. Shouldn't kill it. Ooh, god dang. Jeff says usually it's connected to mental health and addiction. That's also a factor. But you have to understand that addiction often comes because of this is bad socioeconomic conditions. When you have poor socioeconomic conditions, the probability of there being drugs available that actually amplifies mental health problems. All right, so I have a coughing. It's a thin balloon-like body is inflated by horrific toxic gases. It reeks when it is nearby. Given a name to coughing? No. Excadriller says, yo, First Amendment, get the key in the place. Okay. Damn it. All right, hold on. Full heal. Gyarados. Here you go, buddy. Squirt, squirt. Jeff says, so again, we're back to the better teacher argument. Again, like it's lack of funding in education. It's not necessarily there being like good or bad teachers. It's, hey, if there's not as much money, then it's just going to be a worse off situation. J99 says, or James says, there's an F1 race tonight in Vegas. It should be pretty cool. I've never watched F1. Is it fun? Is it cool? My mentor once lived there. Okay. Scientist Braden would like to battle. Scientist Braden sent out Magnemite. Oh, good. What do you think? What do you think the scientist Braden thinks when he like sees this little ass kid just bust out a Zapdos? He's just like, fuck. Shit. Excadriller says, so we just throw money at the problem? No, I mean, you need to obviously impact the way that schools are funded. I mean, like, I think roughly 70% of it comes from local property taxes. This is why I say we need to take money from the rich, affluent areas and put it towards the poorer areas. So it's not really throwing the money at the problem. It's really like, hey, it's the same amount of money. It's just redistributing it in a way that leads to better socioeconomic conditions. It's not really throwing money at the problem. It's a little different than that. That is not going to hurt me. I am a Zapdos. JI99A James says, abolish teacher unions. No, do not abolish teacher unions. I believe all jobs should have unions. This is so that way that people who work have a sense of security, as well as being able to argue for better working conditions. The problem isn't the union. The problem is the fact that we have several areas that have just historically and even to this day lack funding. It would have nothing to do with unions. In fact, if anything, that would actually be likely a lack of union accessibility that would lead to worse off outcomes. Jeff says, I just don't believe throwing more money at a problem is a panacea. Yeah, I didn't argue throwing more money at the problem. I didn't argue that. I'm not arguing that. Eradicate. Wait, I just realized I don't have eradicate. Will it kill it? Will it kill it? Will it kill it? Will it kill it? It do kill it. Don't drill peck. Don't drill peck that. It will kill it. You will kill it. We gotta catch that eradicate. I don't know. Like, what moves does Articuno have? Mist, agility, mind reader, ice beam. Jesus. This thing's a death incarnate. I don't think I'm catching Pokemon with that. Maybe the Gyarados is my move. Right? Because I could just bite and then it'll flinch and we'd be good. We'd be Gucci. I found HP up. Okay. That was it? That was all that was there. Okay. Ah. I laugh at just how beefy that Rattata is. The Rattata, number one, is faster than the Zapdos somehow. But also, the Rattata is a level 28 Rattata. Why is it so high level? All right, we got Eradicate. 32. All right. I do not want to summon the Zapdos. I need to bring out Gyarados maybe. And I don't know, just do like a little hit. We're just going to bite it. Bite. Bite. All right. Don't hurt it. Don't hurt it. Good job. Good job, Gyarados. You're not hurting it. No! You're not supposed to kill it. Is it time for lunch? Is it time for lunch? Oh my god, it's 12:30. Holy crap. I should grab my lunch. So one thing that I was thinking is while I'm like away, I can like put on a video, like one of my videos. So that way it's not like, you're not like, you know, bored, I guess. Does that make sense? All right, we're like almost out of drill packs. Then we got to switch to Pokemon. Oh my god. Ah, there's a lot of Pokemon. Excadriller says, First Amender, finish the gym by today. Why not? Yeah. I could do it. I think. Coughing. You know, I'm actually kind of curious. Is it possible to beat Pokemon as like a pacifist? Like go pacifist route, like don't faint a single Pokemon. Just like constantly run and try to just like, and like for gyms, you just try to catch Pokemon that are like decently leveled enough. And then you like try to fight. It would be interesting. Excadriller says, wait, do you have Articuno on your team? Yeah, I do. Bobro says, that was an accident, Excadriller. JI99A James says, what happened to reading the news? We did read some news. I just, we were like, hey, play some Pokemon. Do you want me to go back to reading news? I can read news. I don't mind. Go Zapdos. Merkham. Oh, I have no PowerPoints left. These moves don't hurt. None of these hurt. All right. Swapping. To the Gyarados. James says, no, I'm just busting your balls. Nice. Fight. All right. All right, tackle this thing. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Murk it. And don't poison my Gyarados. Please. God damn it. All right. My Gyarados is not looking good after that. It's full heal. Gyarados. Gotta buy more full heals. Also, how much health does he have? Doesn't have enough. Do I have anything to just like... Let me see. Pale fresh water? Why not? Fresh water, the Gyarados, I guess. Excadriller says you should just run from wild Pokemon. Why? Why not perpetually level up your Pokemon? I ain't running. I'm murking them. Coughing. All right. Murk it. Murk it. Just murk it. You lose PP. Yeah. Then when you run out of PP, here's what you do. You leave. And then you go back and do it again. That's how you do it. That's what you do. It's okay. It's okay if you lose PP. It's okay. You just go back to the Pokemon Center when you're done. Take an escape rope. Be on your way. It's great. All right, so there's like a gate there, so we gotta open that gate. AWOL says, Bobro, have you played any of the Fallout games? I've played them. They're great. I know that was a question for Bobro, but figured I'd answer it as well. Let's just murk this Raticate, bro. Shit, wait, no, I didn't catch it! Fuck. We'll get another chance. We got another chance, boys. We got another chance, boys. I'm sorry. Sorry for that. I don't know what came over me. I'm hungry, chat. AWOL says, do you ever pick the evil choices or play the bad guy character? Me personally, generally no. Because I just don't feel good. I don't feel good when I do it. I don't feel good when I do it. I don't know what to tell you. I just I don't like this. And then I don't feel good. That's it. Catch this stupid Raticate. It's just catch the fucking thing. Thank you. It's just a freaking Raticate. Don't make me waste 1,000 balls. All right, we got a Raticate. There you go. It's mine. I have it. I have a Raticate. Now get into the box. All right. Calcium. Great. Ground life. Cute. So adorable. Let's see. J99A James says, Amender probably thinks Miles Morales is the best Spider-Man. There is no good Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man. Superhero movies suck. They're trash. I hate superhero movies, chat. I hate superhero movies. I don't like them. I don't know. They're not good. Exca Driller says, nah, the original is the best. The original Spider-Man, it's like cheesy. It's like designed to be like the comic. And like, it was like, okay. And that was it. AOL says, Fallout Vegas was the best Fallout for me. Yeah, I agree. Also, can we just like, just point out, I don't know, everybody is like, oh, that game is like legendary. It's an amazing game. Everybody should play that game. And they totally neglect just how volatile that game is in terms of its like ability to work as a game, you know, and not just crash every 2 hours or so. Bo says Fallout 4 is the best. Sin. I disagree with you, Bobro. Disagree. You got to play New Vegas. Great game. Look, I got a Weezing. Tackle? Tackle? Do we tackle? Tackle. 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 It's a tackle. Okay. Okay, bro. All right, bro. Brutal. What the hell was that? I gotta swap my Pokemon out again. I don't have health. I don't have health. I gotta swap it. All right, let's go. Come on. Come on, Charizard. Char them in the Zard. We gotta char them in the Zard. Cut. Just cut. Just cut them. Just. Self-destruct the wheezing. So messed up, bro. So, while I BRB, right, I want to, like, heat up some food. And, but while I BRB, like, I was thinking, like, play a video. What do you guys think? Should I play a video? Or just leave it on the usual BRB screen? What do you think? Let me see. Here, I'll play one of my videos while I quickly make some food. Let me see. I don't know which one to put up. Like, I don't know which one. All right, here, we'll do this one. And, or maybe I should do one of my full edits. Y'all should check out my full edits, guys. Let me see. Let me see. Where's my full edits? I'm having a hard time picking like one of them. All right. All right, old video, but something to watch while I make food. James says, I wasn't a fan of your last edit. Why? You didn't like it? What's wrong with it? All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Just give me a bit. I'm gonna hold on. How do I? Oh my God, that's like one big. That's like one big thing. It's okay. It's okay. I'll put on here. Here, I got you. Picture, window capture, Chrome. Select the window, Chrome. Oh, nope. All right. I'll just put on this. And then I guess like a text over it that says AFK be right back, right? It'll say AFK BRB. All right, hold on. Text. text. Just going to call it AFK BRB. All right, hold on. Let me switch my font. Where's my font? Font. Select font. Bebas. I like the Bebas new font. And hit OK. All right. That works. All right. There you go. I'm going to go AFK for a sec. It won't take me long. Just give me a bit. Republicans are going completely insane, y'all. Like, I have no idea what the heck is going on, but I've been seeing like just over and over like little videos here or there where just Republicans are just completely losing their mind, just being out there in the wild. Like they're just sitting there, just watching like Fox News or whatever. And they're just like amped up. They're like so ready to go. Like they literally want to punch a brown dude. So I just wanted to show you some videos that will be really funny. I think you're going to enjoy. Sidebar. Did you guys just happen to notice like that red, green, blue LED that was just strobing over the bar? I don't know. If I was like at a bar like that, I'd be like, bro, this RGB is freaking driving me nuts. Like get me the hell out of here.
Okay, now. Hey, back it up, bro. Forget the money. Yeah, no, I can definitely right now. Hey, man, you need to calm down. Go ahead. Go down, bro. Okay, now. Yeah. Hold on. English, motherfucker. I live in America. You speak English?
English, motherfucker. You speak English? Why can't these people come up with anything creative to say? Also, why do they all talk like that they're like morons? Like, I don't understand. What is the correlation there?
America, English, English, bitch.
Imagine being like an immigrant and you're just like coming in and got your like green card. Like, we don't know the citizenship status of this guy. And we're just like, I don't know, assuming that, oh, Trump's going to deport you based on what? Like, why are they deporting you? Oh, they're deporting you because you're brown. Like, you look brown, you have like a Mexican accent, you likely speak Spanish, and so, yeah, therefore, no rights.
Hey, let's go. Area right now, George. Just let him out. What are you, I'm 42 years old. That is 22. I'm 42. Want me to do it? Just let him leave, George. Let him leave. I have the police on the phone. They told you to let him leave. Let's go. Get him out. Get him out. I have the police. No, I have the police.
Mind you, I'm not an advocate of violence in any way, but that chin thinking, it just that moment where he's just like, maybe. No, I didn't screw up. Maybe. No, I think I got to go back home and watch some more Fox News so I can understand more.
Did you know that in terms of male, human, and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans?
Anyway, on to the next one.
Trump is not attacking veterans. He gave me more benefits than any Democrat has. I served fucking 12 years for this country.
So did I.
Yeah, and what the fuck did you do? I was an EOD operator. I blow shit the fuck up for a living. What the fuck do you do?
What the fuck do you do? What do you do? I blow shit up for a living. All right, bro. Goddamn, fucking chill, dude. You realize your guy won, right?
I serve for real fucking purpose. The fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm a combat veteran. I don't give a fuck. I'll fucking fight 1,000 of you by myself.
I'm fucking 30,000 of you motherfuckers. Why is everybody proud around me?
6'3", you're all in my fucking face. I'm saying, yeah, because you're recording me, you fucking loser. You're a fucking a loser, an ugly piece of shit. Yes, I will say whatever I want. Freedom of speech, something I fought for. Suck my fucking dick. So it's okay for him to curse at me on camera, right? How about you record him, you fucking dyke?
All intents and purposes, like, he could be going through something, like, I don't know, veteran. I mean, sometimes that happens. But, like, bro, like, if you're watching Fox News or, like, listening to, like, any of this, like, crap, like, on right-wing media, just get away, man. Talk to a therapist. I don't know what to tell you.
Suck my fucking dick. Yeah, suck my fucking dick, you ugly piece of shit, bitch. The fuck out. I ain't going nowhere. I fought wars for this country. I ain't going nowhere, fat. Fucking fat. Suck this dick.
Any 49ers fans out there? Y'all want to claim this guy? Like,
suck this fucking dick, fat. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a Democrat, liberal, snowflake.
are you talking about me, baby bird? Oh my god.
Get the fuck out. Yeah, I fight wars. What do? You're a fucking pussy. Get these liberal pussies the fuck out of here.
Watch out for the undercover cop trying to start trouble.
He's a liberal fucking fat. You're a fucking. What are you doing? What's your camera gonna do? Nothing. You're a bunch of fucking liberal fat. So fuck you old ugly Uncle Fester bald-headed bitch.
Hey yo, where did the old guy come from? He's just like watching some, he's like just driving by, right? And he just like looks off to the side. He's like hearing like F-bomb this, F-bomb that. He's just like, what's going on here? Hey man, what the? I respect it.
The fuck out of here. You ugly, gay, fucking homosexual fat. Get the fuck out of here. I run New York, bitch. Yeah, the biggest right here. What's anybody gonna do? What's anybody gonna do? Nothing. Yeah, fuck you, motherfuckers. Trump all day.
I'm sure he's good people, believe me.
We ain't going nowhere. I don't need a coat. I don't need gloves. I don't need a fucking hat. I'm not a fucking pussy. Nah, I ain't even cold. I'll stay out here all day for free. Yeah, I'm a guy that would beat the fucking dog shit out of you. You're a bigot. How am I a bigot?
You really gotta ask that question?
Because I speak my freedom of speech. Because I fought wars. I sacrificed for my freedom of speech.
You have a right to exercise your free speech, but also there's consequences for your free speech. Like, what? Do you just like think like how much of a snowflake are you where you're just like, oh, my free speech. Why can't I just be like a hateful piece of garbage as soon as I step out the door? Wait, why is everybody mad at me? What has America become?
You guys haven't fucking done shit for your freedom of speech. Show me your fucking ID. You're saying you're a veteran. That's fake valor. Show me your shit. I showed you my fucking shit.
Don't give in to
My
that,
name is Greg. Greg what?
Did you like that? If so, I mean, we got some more. Oh, sweet. I love Green Day. We're back. Do you like my video? Do you like my edits? I worked really hard on it. Xander says, free speech, LOL. It's pretty funny, right? I'm having peas with rice and a chicken leg. Diet day. Got a diet. I ate too much. You know? Sebman1113 says, I'm just kind of new to this channel. Just discovered it. Great. We're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Excadriller says, bro, are you eating mac and cheese with ketchup? No. I don't do that. No. Food is amazing. Yeah, I like food too. All right, so get this here. Story time. Some mac and cheese story time. So, when I was really young, I was broke as hell. Rather, my family was broke as fuck. Specifically, mom and dad. And my mom, or my dad, he came up with this dish that to this day is freaking awesome. And it was mac and cheese with a can of tuna and a can of peas. Listen, I know what you're thinking. You're like, that sounds awful. That sounds gross. It actually works. It's not bad. And every once in a while, I'll get, like I'll get that combo of food and just make it. Just reminds me of my childhood. I liked it. It was good. Now, I know I'm eating, but we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. Call in. I'll answer you. I'll answer. We'll have a discussion. By the way, did you guys like that video that I was showing? I worked hard on that edit. You know? What is happening? What is this? What is someone pinging me for? Oh, I don't know. I'm so sorry, chat. Here, we'll switch up since you don't see Pokemon. Here, I'll put on like some music or something. Let me see. Where can I go? Like, what can I play that's like not gonna like demonetize me instantly? All right. This is called Medieval Party Music for Drinking 77 Bottles of Wine and Swimming Across Ocean. If I get demonetized for this, I quit. I quit. Listen. Ain't no way I'm going to get demonetized for playing music that's fucking 400 years old. Is that too loud? There. Hopefully it's not too loud. Call the number. I want to talk to you. Come here, Republican. Come here. I want to talk to you. I want to have a conversation. They said, that's not ketchup, that's soy. No, this is sriracha. Sriracha. Have you had sriracha? It's great. It's like a spicy, you know? It's like a spicy. Don't you like spicy food? I like it spicy. It's not even that hot. Like, it's like a little. It just gives you a little zing. A little something to work with. I forgot my knife. So I'm eating like a troglodyte. You know what's one thing I don't do? I don't tell people to like the stream enough. I never do that. I just like want to get right into the conversation. And not do like the YouTuber thing. Where it's like, make sure you hit like, notify, and blah, blah. I'm making fun of it, but I feel like I should. Right? Because how else are you going to get engagement? Unless you do a call to action, you know. Know what I'm saying? I'm almost done eating. Rice and peas and a chicken leg. Bobro says, I'm going to be spending time with family and setting up our Christmas tree and such, so I'll be listening but not able to reply. This ex-quadriller said, do the N-word in Paris. Jesus. He then clarified by saying, JK. Ex-quadriller says, yo, first offender. What are you going to talk about right now? I don't know. I'm just eating. Well, just wait for calls, I guess. Have discussions, I guess. Maybe I'll sit outside and smoke a cigar. Later, not now. All right. All right. Let me very quickly wash my dish, put away everything, and I'm gonna go back to the usual deal. Anyway, hang tight. It won't take me long. All right. All right. Yeah. Hit. Ah, crap. All right. We're back. We're taking calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. All right. Hey. Where was I? Show. Main. There we go. All right. Let's see, where were we? What? Oh, let me turn the music back on for that. There we go. All right, let's see. What is getting affected? Full heal. Ah, it's my Charizard. Excadriller says, yo, first transgender bender. How is it going, my guy? Going good. Do you want to call in? Do you want to have a conversation? We can talk. What was I doing in this place? I know not what I am doing. Only that my Charizard must kill by biting everything. I can't get it out. This is one big puzzle. Burglar Arnie. They sent out Charmander. Cute. Here's a Charizard. Why is your Charmander not evolved? Charmeleon. You got a Charmander and a Charmeleon? You got two? You can get two Charizards? That doesn't hurt Charizard. Alright. Hell yeah, let's go. Charizard's level 56. Freaking badass over here. Man. Rattata. Murder it. Dead. God, the freaking encounter rate is so high. Is it just me? Murder it with flamethrower. There, it's dead. Yeet. Cut. Ugh. Not effective though. Metal Claw. Does Metal Claw even deal that much damage? I don't think it does. Let me actually look that up. Let me see. Pokemon. Charizard. Summary. Flamethrower is a 95. Cut's got a power of 50. Ember a power of 40. Metal Claw is 50. Yeah, so Metal Claw is just as good as Cut. But what is Steel strong against? So, Steel moves are really effective against Ice, Rock, and Fairy. What the hell is Fairy? The fuck is Fairy type? And Steel moves are not effective against Fire, Water, Electric, and Steel. Jesus! Oh, and it has no effect on okay, so on Steel Pokemon, Poison has no effect. Fairies in Gen 6. Ewald says, oh, you know what a fairy is. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right. Which way do I go? Coughing. So, what type of Pokemon is coughing? Let's look that up. Coughing. Coughing. Jesus. There's so much going on with a single Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon are you? It's a poison type. Okay. So if it's a poison type... So, can I use Metal Claw and it hurt? Yes. Awesome. Awesome. AWOL says, I think I'm biased to Pokemon because I hated that cartoon. Every time I saw it in the background, it just bugged me. You think so? Pokemon's great. But then again, listen, I'm just showing you just you know, just the game, which is what made it popular to start, right? I mean, the show was supplementary after the fact. But the game was just super cool, and people loved how the Pokemon looked. But it's a fun game. It's fun. Can't go wrong. I don't know where to go in this frickin' area. And I've been in here a while now. Excadriller says psychic type move is better. Yes. Yeah, it's like super overpowered in Fire Red. I know in Red it's like there is no answer to psychic. Psychic just wins every time. It's like super unbalanced. And I could have played the original. I'm not against the original. It's just the graphics are so outdated that it's like this game looks so pretty comparatively speaking, you know? Airwall says, I'm kind of a Nintendo hater, I guess. Dang. Can we just can I stop getting poisoned by this thing? Just kill the freaking thing and be done with it. Jesus. I think I gotta leave. Hey, let's see here. Let me look at my status of my Pokemon. Man. We are running out. Alright. Switch it out. Let's cure him of that poison, though. Where is it? Am I out? Bruh. Am I out? Oh, there it is. I have two more. JayOfChrist says, what is your favorite Pokemon? I don't think I have one. It's got to be something from Gen 1. Let me look. Hold on. Let's see. Let me look. I'm trying to think like which one I like the most. I'm scrolling through, looking at them all. It's gonna be a Pokemon from Gen 1 because it's just my, you know, like as a kid, it's just what I enjoyed. Ah, Jesus. All right, I like Mewtwo, Dragonite, and I like Arcanine and Blastoise. Those are like my favorite. Yeah. There you go. All right. I think I got like what? 10 moves on Articuno? 10? I got 10 good moves on Articuno. Hi, Pepper. That's what's shaking my camera is my cat, Pepper. Duties. What are you doing, Duties? Duty! Say hello. Say hi to Peppers. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh. Oh. She gets her butt pat. Yeah. Oh, don't hurt me. Yeah? Oh, bite. Why are you biting? You good? Alright, pet your head. Shmush. Shmush. What else? Yo, your wildcat wants to battle. Very true. Diddle dirty. Ow. Why you bite me? Why must you bite? Ow. Why are you biting? Why are you biting? Why are you biting? You good? AWOL says, true, we can't just make them pay by having a willpower to not buy a game when it first comes out. I'll wait forever and just have to play cheapy games until the price drops. Ow! Why are you biting? Diddle duties! Ow! You good? Ow! What? Ow! Ow! Dick cat. That is not how you get pets. Oh. Come on. Let me pet you. Let me pet you. I don't know what you want, Pepper. Would you vote Republican? I don't know. That's what my cat thinks. Vote Republican. Why duties? Okay, I'll leave you alone. You good? Alright, peace. My goodness. Alright. Let's murk this Radicate. Ice Beam. I wonder, is it possible to find a level 1 Articuno? I don't think so, right? It's like not possible. Bobo says, Amender, if you want Pepper to stop, you should maybe actually train your kitty. No, I refuse. It doesn't hurt that bad. In fact, she left no scratches on me whatsoever. I don't know where to go, guys. Excadriller says, AWOL says, at First Amender, look up Michael Moorcock Elric. That's the series that's better than Tolkien. Really? Better than Tolkien? That's a tall order. Because I'm a really big Tolkien fan. That shit better be gold. Okay. All right, Ice Beam. Murked. JayOfChrist says, First Amender, did you go to college? I did go to college. We are taking phone calls, by the way. You can call in the number. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in? We can have a discussion. I need to leave this place. Alpha Ego says, lol, you're going to have to get a shot collar for your cat like a son. I am never giving my cat a shot collar. That is never happening. Literally never. I would never do that to a cat. Or dog for that matter. Never. Ain't no way I'm ever doing that to my cat. I can catch that Grimer, but I'm going to be honest with you, I got to get out of here. We're just going to move on. Ice beam? Yeet. Alpha Eagle, when are you going to call in on the show? What's wrong with you? All right. Heal every Pokemon and then back out. AWOL says, see, first, you actually debated me that you shouldn't try to train your cat biting you because you keep screaming like a little girl. She doesn't hurt that bad. She's just... JayOfChrist says, we are scared of you. That was wild. I hope not. I don't think I'm that scary, to be honest. That poor Vaporeon is underleveled. That's fine. Snorlax. Charizard. Trying to think. JayOfChrist, want to have a God debate? God discussion? A hyper potion. That's quite good, but I only have 7,800. What money is that? What do we call that? 7,800 Poke money? Look at what my cat's doing. What the fuck are you doing? You're gonna knock it over. You're such a dick. Oh, my book. Alexander99 saying some cultures are much better than others. I think you need to get out of your bubble. It's not that one culture is better than the other. It's that there's differences in culture. And there's also the fact that specifically white people stole a lot of really useful stuff from a bunch of different cultures. You can look at, for example, algebra. Like, can you just like say that word in your head? Algebra. And you're going to tell me that that word was not invented by Arabic people? white people, you know, a lot of white people, like if you want to argue the Romans, even though that's not even accurate, they used, you know, the Roman numerals, which was horrible for algebra. And so they adopted the Arabic numeral system. Why are white people responsible for 97% of all technological advancements? Yes, the destruction of the southern half of Earth. That's how. Why are most geniuses Europeans? Yes, because of how they have access to good education. Yeah. Somebody at my door? It's probably one of my roommates getting like some food. All right. Let's take a look here. Alpha Eagle, he dislikes you so much that he didn't tell you that you were joking about the cat. I'm assuming he's joking. Alpha Eagle says, I've talked to your buddy Max about a debate between you and I. I have to send him an email. Again, heck yeah. That sounds great. We should do it. Alexander says, white people colonized the world compared to the Arabs who conquered and enslaved. Why are y'all not talking about the Arabs who conquered Arab centuries before white people discovered? Yeah, both of those are bad. Who is... Hold on a sec. Give me a sec. Oh, nope. It is a roommate. All right. Let's see. I don't have a lot of money. So I can't be buying this stuff. Like, bro, this is brutal. I have no money. Alexander says, white people went over many parts of the world that they traded their inventions and creations in exchange for resources. Of course, Europeans took things from them. You can't expect to get stuff for free. All right, hold on. So, first of all, we're referring to colonialization and how they used how they used mercantilism to physically rend the resources out of countries with guns. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yeah, this is JayOfChrist.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, bro? I just want to check in, call in.
Yeah.
I've been a fan of you since the Andrew Wilson debate.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. What did you want to talk about? Anything in particular?
Yeah. Firstly, to clear this up, please tell me this is a text now number. Please tell me this is an alternate number.
Of course.
Okay.
What do you think this is?
Yeah.
This is my personal number, bro?
I don't know, bro. I'm seeing crazier things.
How else do you think I'm streaming?
But,
like, it's on a web thing.
I wanted you to clarify what was the argument in the Rachel Wilson debate? What was that about?
That she was arguing some of the most insane crap ever, and I was just saying like really benign, normal things, and she completely crashed out when I talked to her about, I think she was saying like whether or not contemporary feminism is helping or hurting women, And I asked her I asked her a question. It was a very pointed question, very, very catered to her and who she is as a person. I asked her whether or not Beyonce is spreading Satanism through her music. Do you believe that? And she called me, what was it, F-bomb twink?
Jeez.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I've seen the clip where and it's just a clip I wish I hadn't seen because I actually like Rachel. It's a clip where she was talking about the immigrants, like the daycare, and I'm like, no, you didn't have to say that. You could have left the immigrant part out. That's crazy. There's no way you just said that on live. I was like, wow.
Hey, you know.
Yeah.
Let me see. I actually think I have that clip. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I recently just watched it.
Oh, did you hold on. Yes, I have it right here. Yeah, you commented on it. That's funny.
Yeah, I just seen it an hour ago. I was like, wait, there's no way she said this.
I mean,
that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. There's no way she said that.
I thought that, here's the thing, like, what I would like to see, right, is live in a world where people can, like, you know, live their life as they see fit, you know, Bible believer, not Bible believer, you know, traditionalist, not traditionalist. People should be free to do these things. And I think, like, the problem that I've observed with
free to have the option.
Yeah. And the problem that I've observed with Rachel Wilson is that she doesn't seem to want, like, she sees it like, oh, if people don't choose her way of life, that they're like worse or like a problem, you know?
Well, from the Christian worldview, they would be, but I mean, how much are we going to limit their free will? How much are we going to limit it? You know, obviously they can just break the law. It's very problematic. It's not that simple to just snap a finger and just change the world that we live in right now.
No, I agree.
It's a gradual thing.
Well, but even like a gradual thing, like assume that it's done gradually. Like, what would the world look like? Like, you really think that the world would look really nice?
I think just minimal changes. I don't think we should do anything drastic though. Yeah, there's a reason why people are coming here and they want to live here. If we just like by some Christians' logic, if we're gonna make North Korea, then what's the point?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's like if I had to pick a society,
like North Korea, what's the point?
Like here's the thing: you can live in a secular society and be religious. There's nothing wrong with that, but you can't be secular in an ultra religious society, and that's kind of my problem. It's like you need to have like a stage where it's like people can live their life as they see fit, and then you can make a better world that way, right? Because not everybody has the same goals as you or me.
Right, and I agree, and I wouldn't want to force anyone. Well, technically we are forcing, but you know, I think there's a threshold. I think there's a line we would cross that I'm not willing to make.
Okay. Like what?
Because technically, you know, indoctrination and things like that. Technically, to me, that is force, like propaganda and such. I think it like manipulation, but I don't think we should actually like enforce it to the extreme where people have to do this.
Do you think, just out of curiosity, do you think that the church involves themselves in indoctrination, like Christianity?
Yeah. Most Christians are Christians because they've been indoctrinated.
You're a Christian, right?
Right.
Like, I mean, from what I've seen, like specifically with the Christian church, there are so many like youth camps and, you know, youth attendance centers and areas where they could basically just teach children, the way of Jesus Christ or whatever. And to me, I'm like, okay, that's
Right.
indoctrination. You're indoctrinating kids to believe in something that we can't empirically show to exist.
Right. The thing is, I don't have a pushback on that. I don't think indoctrination is inherently evil because you're going to indoctrinate your kid with something, and someone's
Yeah.
going to disagree with what you're doing, someone out there. So I don't disagree with that. I just need more Christians to know that you have been indoctrinated, because some people think they haven't been indoctrinated. I have to break this down for like 10, 20 minutes straight, and they still don't get it. I'm like, wait, what? You can't explain everything to everyone. But I know I've been indoctrinated. So I had to, try to, what's the word that starts with the D? I can't think of it. My bad. My brain fart.
The word that starts with a
To
D?
deconstruct.
Yes.
Yeah. I was trying to deconstruct, like, a lot of things that I've been taught. And I've been Southern Baptist as in high school, middle school. I was, elementary, I was Southern Baptist. And I looked at things from a different lens. And I'm still Christian, but I'm leaning more towards Orthodox. I've been doing a lot of research, going to school for theology now. But I'm a part-time, I'm an electrician too, so I don't really have time to go as far as I would. So, yeah, but
How old
I
are
think everyone should be aware. 26.
26.
Yeah, I just think more
have
people
you-
should be aware.
You've read the entirety of the Bible?
No, only books, not every book. I haven't read Job. That's one that I hear a lot though, so I could give a summary of. I haven't read Job. I haven't read Revelations, and those two I haven't read because those are talked about a lot, and I don't know.
Did you read Numbers?
I do need to go read it. Yes, I read Numbers.
Deuteronomy?
Yep,
Leviticus?
couple times. Yep, Psalms. Psalms is the most controversial one.
Well, Psalms is
A lot
just
of
a
people
bunch
don't
of
think that, but
Psalms is just a bunch of songs, put in poem form that you can just recite.
yeah, it's controversial because of some ancient Egypt thing, cross parallel comparisons that we have to deal with. But yeah, it's some things we have to deal with for sure.
So,
You're gonna have to live with.
yeah, I mean, the reason why I was asking about some of these was, well,
Mhm.
I gotta tell you, man, there were parts that really messed me up in the Bible. I was a God believer, and then I decided to read the Bible from front to back, just as
Not
is.
First Amender.
What do you mean?
First Amender?
What?
Being a Christian?
Oh, yeah.
Am I in? Wait. Am I in Earth 7 or on Earth 8? Wait, let me look outside.
Yeah, I used to be a Christian. So what I said was I was going to affirm my Christianity by reading the Bible. And that's what I took to doing. And I read from front to back the Bible, exactly as is, just the Bible, what it says. And I got to tell you, man, that absolutely annihilated any chance of me thinking that God had an influence in that book. Just zero probability.
Oh man, come on, man.
I'm being serious.
And I get it. And the sad part is, and I'll give you this. I can't speak for your level of IQ or what you can interpret, but me personally, I do have to tend to lean on a lot of different theological fathers and different interpretations to make sense of it.
Yeah.
To either, you could call it cope or maybe find truth, or to let it rest, because I don't think people are genuinely reading the Bible as is with their own interpretation and having an easy feeling. You would have to affirm to other people, essentially. I mean, everyone does it. Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson, we all do. You're gonna have to look for someone else, because I don't think most people would read it at face value and just take that.
Why?
Because I don't like using the word common sense. I really don't like using that word. But just your own interpretation. I don't think you would think you just don't have enough knowledge to really make a strong claim on something. The Bible is very complicated. It's very complex.
I don't think it's as
There's a lot
complicated
of
as people make
anthropic
it out to be.
language.
I mean, you could make it complicated. I think you can make it just about anything complicated by just, delving deeper into it. But like, take for example, I had a problem with some of the stories, right? Fairly innocuous stories that just, most people don't even, they don't give it a second glance. It's like a whatever thing. Nobody thinks about it. A good example of this was when I read the book of Numbers. It goes over, it talks about like how you should separate people on the basis of being clean versus unclean. And it sounds very similar to what somebody who would understand about, say, what somebody would understand about sickness. Like they're talking, these people are clean, these people are unclean. It talks about, if they have like this kind of lesion colored this specific way, they're to go to the priest and the priest will deem them as clean or unclean based off of very specific verses. And you're supposed to separate them, right? Like you probably read this. It's fairly innocuous, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is something that I've struggled with. I've struggled with as well at face value, but once you get into the language,
well, I haven't even
do you
made
know
my
any
argument
Hebrew
yet.
or any Greek? Oh, my bad. You can keep going.
So this is just referring to like the clean versus unclean. And the problem is, or from what I've observed, is that it went off to then further talk about food that was clean or unclean. And it was like, okay, well, if it crawls on its belly, it's unclean. If it's a carrion bird, as in it consumes the dead flesh of other animals, it's unclean. If it is grows at the bottom of the ocean, it's unclean. If it's a shellfish, it's unclean. If it's cleft of hoof and chews the cud, it is clean. If it is not cleft of hoof and chews the cud, it is unclean. All sorts of little rules like this. Really, really like specific rules. So what I find interesting about this is the fact that when it goes talking about sickness, clean and unclean, and then it goes talking about the food, clean and unclean, it's not referring to it in the sense of like a ritualistic thing. I think what it is doing is that they were ancients at the time, could figure out what made you sick. They were like, check it out. Let's be honest. People didn't like fully cook their food. And so God, who knows everything, right, made the pathogens. Mm-hmm. God is instructing Moses what is clean and what is unclean. And he is separating off of all of these rules. But I guess like my problem is, hold on, but if he understood pathogens and understood germ theory, then wouldn't he just say, cook your food thoroughly?
Okay, I get it.
You see the problem?
Yeah, I get it.
I'm like, okay, well, this is like really, really similar to what somebody of the time would likely think about how illness works, right? Because they didn't understand viruses or germs or anything. They looked at it as similar to that of a curse, which fair enough. I mean, I would imagine if you didn't understand anything regarding germs or viruses, you wouldn't think, oh, little tiny creatures that infect the insides of your body. Right. You would think it's like a curse. Like, why do you have these boils and lesions? It's not a bacteria. It's a a curse that has been laid upon you. And there it is describing exactly that in the Bible. Why do people think that this is like divine revelation if there's nothing divine or revelatory about it?
Right.
So what do you think about that? Like, I mean, what is a good explanation for that?
Well, me personally, I look at it as it's just anthropic language of the time. And I mean, we can deal with this with passages like from Leviticus, like against eating blood and things like that. So these people weren't dumb. Obviously they knew what to eat and what not to eat at that time, and I definitely believe they weren't eating raw food though. First Amendment, I don't think they were eating like just raw food.
So here's the thing, right? When they refer to it as like, if it's cleft of hoof and chews the cud, this would likely be ox or other things. Whereas like if you had exposed meat and you cooked the outside of it, you would likely not get sick because there's really not a lot of bacteria in the inside of the meat. Bacteria grows on the outside of that type of meat. However, if you say, for example, have animals that just eat whatever, such as a pig is considered an unclean food because it is cleft of hoof and does not chew the cud. It would not surprise me that people would undercook their food and then get sick and then say that the food is unclean because it makes you sick. That's why pig is an unclean food.
I have to look into that. That sounds interesting.
Bro, my Gyarados is going to die. I'm sorry.
Where did you learn this from?
Just reading the Bible, just as is.
No, I get that, but I'm saying coming to this consensus, coming to the interpretation that, like, where did you get they were eating raw food though from?
That's just a hypothesis that I hold. I'm saying like, like maybe this is more likely, and I think that is a very likely scenario in this situation. Because I can't imagine a better, like, what is a better, explanation to that?
I won't dismiss that completely. I mean, because this is the thing, right? Like, you do know we can digest raw food, right? There are some people that eat raw food occasionally, like now, with the digestive systems that we have now that aren't necessarily built for that.
We can. But I would imagine if you're, say, for example,
it's not optimal,
constantly consuming, say, shellfish and undercooking them or eating them raw, the probability of you getting sick is much higher than, say, if you ate ox or lamb.
Okay. Okay. I could see that. Yeah, it's not like we eat sushi every day. That's like a once in a while type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, like,
it's
if you take good care, obviously, because we understand how germ theory works, it's possible for us to eat these things and not get sick. But people at the time, we're talking what they would do to cook their food is that they would just start a fire and cook it over the fire and then be like, okay, that's it. They didn't think about, undercook it. Like, this is the cause of why people are getting sick. They're just like, okay, well, you're getting sick because God doesn't like you.
That's a theory right there. Wait, while we're on diet, what is your diet right now? Are you a carnivore or you're a vegan?
I do a low calorie diet.
Do you consume meat?
Sure. I had meat just this stream. I had chicken.
Why aren't you vegan?
Just don't see a need to do it.
I don't think me. And tell me if I'm wrong. Like,
Do all soy boy liberals just have to? They all have to be vegan?
No. That's not what I was going to say. Listen right quick. I don't think that in modernity, as of right now, if you want to live like a normal life, get a white collar job, et cetera, I don't even think you can be vegan. Do you disagree with that?
If you want to live a normal life, you can't be vegan? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like the typical average American. I don't
Well, it's
think you
definitely
can be
harder
vegan
to be a vegan than it is not. For sure.
because
And you
vegan
often
isn't
need
just
like
food
vitamins and
consumption.
supplements to kind of like maintain that.
No, but this the thing. Vegan isn't just food consumption. That's why that would be a vegetarian. That's why I don't believe like I don't think you can live veganism out to its fullest. Do you drive a car?
I do.
Is there leather in the car?
No.
Oh. Well, if there was leather in the car, would you be willing to give the car up and get a new one?
No, I guess.
That's my point.
What's your point?
That if you truly were vegan, you would change your entire lifestyle. It's kind of like
I mean, I don't know what the
you would change your
motivations
entire
of a
lifestyle.
vegan is. Like, obviously, you know, they hold a stance that I don't have. I believe that we're omnivores and we like need to consume things like meat. Should we be consuming less meat though? I think so. Yeah, we eat too much red meat specifically in the United States.
I'm pescatarian. I don't consume red meat
Yeah.
or white meat. Well, I mean fish, obviously, but you know, biblically, fish isn't meat. But that's a whole other topic. But yeah, I don't consume meat.
That's interesting. Why did you decide
from a biblical
to
standpoint.
not eat meat or red meat?
I did a lot of research. It's not only the seasonings and how you cook your food, but the warehouses. And I've worked at 2 warehouses, and I've dealt with meat, like killing it, cleaning it, et cetera, at warehouses. And I've seen the things that people do that I'm not even sure I can say online just flat out.
Yeah. I've seen some of these videos.
You don't know the companies.
Like Tyson Foods.
These things are they're super unethical. When mistakes happen, they still want to send it out, and they don't call it back until someone gets sick or something like crazy happens. That's why you hear, we having a call back on so-and-so. That's because someone experienced a thing. They knew that when the food left the plant. They already knew. Don't think they didn't know. They knew.
Yeah.
It's just they wait until something happens to play it off. They want to make their money.
No, I know exactly
And
what you're talking about.
I've
For
used to
sure.
work-
A huge concern.
Yeah, I've used to work at places like this. Yeah, so you get sluggish mentally, physically. It's best if you just, I'd rather you go to a fish farm at that point. Seafood is way more safer to eat. I don't want to hear the mercury argument. It's a dumb argument. It's the stupidest argument. No one's eating fish that much a week. I hate when I hear that argument.
Well, there is
one's eating 7,
you've
8
heard of
big
the
pieces of fish a week.
the
No one's doing
multiplication of mercury, right?
Yes, but one fish eats this fish, another fish eats that fish. I get it.
Yeah.
But
That would
even
probably
then,
be my
you still have
only
to eat about
like if you're
5 of
going to
them.
eat a fish, you want to lower on the food chain, preferably.
But even if you eat the big one, you can eat one a week and be fine. But we're not eating 5 big fish a week. That's the thing. Who's consuming that much? No one likes seafood that much. I hope not. If you're
I don't
pescatarian,
really-
you're basically vegetarian plus a couple fish every month. That's it.
I mean, like in my
If you shrimp
personal understanding, like I really enjoy fish, but you can't reheat fish.
Yeah, once you cook it, you have to eat it.
You got to eat it. Yeah, like you got to prepare
doesn't
it
keep
as
moisture.
the day you're eating, because like the smell is just
Kind of like turkey. Yeah, and the
it's
smell.
just
And the
awful
smell.
smell.
Yeah.
Turkey
Worse than
smells
turkey. I will say
great.
that. Yeah.
It does not smell like
Yeah, it's
turkey.
worse than turkey.
It smells like
turkey
it
gets
smells
dry,
like fish is what
but
it
at
is.
least it
Smells
does
like,
smell good.
you know?
Yeah.
It's
Smells
just
horrible.
fish. You know? It is what it is.
Maybe you should try it, man. Maybe we should bring you over here to the dark side of the pescatarian
The
lifestyle.
pescatarian. It's not a bad idea. Honestly, it'd probably be healthier for me.
Yeah.
But me,
I
dude,
have a
can
higher
I just
chance
tell
of
you,
converting you.
how much I love Taco Bell? I love Taco Bell.
We have to get
dude,
you
I
off
love,
that. No.
Dude, I love Taco Bell.
No.
Have you had?
Do not delete the stream. Delete the stream.
Have you had quesadillas? Like, oh my god, dude, they're so good.
Listen.
I used to work. Did you know I used to work at Taco Bell? Long time ago.
Listen, the nacho cheese fries, spectacular. Everything else, deleted. Delete the entire menu.
Oh,
delete the entire
dude,
menu.
you know what they did? They made this new freaking thing with the nacho cheese fries. That is, it's cocaine. It's so good. It's so bad
with the
for you.
addictive seasoning. It's stupid.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. There's like this new. I swear to God, Taco Bell, you got to sponsor me.
Do you drink the Baja Blast?
What?
Do you drink the Baja Blast?
The Baja Blast? I love
called.
Baja Blast.
Yeah.
I love the Baja Blast.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it. Hold on, let me see.
Mountain
Where is
Dew
it?
ones or whatever they have.
Yeah,
I've had
dude, this
one,
is
too.
it.
It's addictive. I've never been back. I haven't been talking about in a year. It's addictive. I will never go back.
What's addictive?
The nacho fries and the Baja Blast, I said I would never eat there again. I did it twice. I said I've never
So
eaten there
good.
again.
So
It was so good. I came back the same day. I was like, nope, no more eating out. That's over with.
All right. Here you go. So let's take a look. I'm gonna just show this on stream. I swear, this is where I like it. Hold on, where is it? Bro. Chat, we gotta talk about this. This is so have you had the red hot Diablo sauce nacho cheese fries? Oh my god. It is so good. I've had this thing multiple times. I love it. How do I walk away from Taco Bell, man? You tell me I gotta be a pescatarian? Do you just like eat a lot
bro, you got to give it up.
Do you like a lot of tilapia?
Yes, baked. This is the thing when you're pescatarian. If you're gonna live a healthy pescatarian lifestyle, you're basically just a vegetarian, bro. With a couple of fish meals here and there. I'm gonna be honest. You're not gonna be eating much seafood. I mean, you know.
I don't want to do that.
Salty, so.
I like meat,
bro. You have to, bro. You can eat fish like 2 or 3 days a week.
Yeah,
bro.
but I don't want to.
What's wrong with
I don't want to have only fish. Steak
that? Have
is
a day
good.
of raw vegan. Well, hold on. We have calamari. May I interest you in some calamari?
I do like calamari. I like that too.
Okay, then. Sea urchins. Someone on Discord.
You're
said something
talking about
sea urchins. I'm like,
dude.
I guess.
That ume. It's delicious.
Mussels. I mean, scallops. We have a plethora of things.
I guess so, but
Stay away from dolphin and shark.
chicken is really freaking good.
Blubber. Wait, I have something better than that.
What's better than chicken, dude? It's chicken. Cod?
It's called salmon.
Salmon?
No, it's called salmon.
Salmon is so expensive, bro. That is so expensive.
Oh, brother, here we go. Another salmon so expensive person.
I love salmon. It's delicious.
Listen.
So much money for salmon.
Listen. In-game currency is expensive.
What? But I'm not buying I'm not buying in-game currency.
Damn it, First Amender, you're ruining my argument.
It's funny though. I'll grant you that.
Any viewers, in-game currency is expensive. I don't want to hear, oh, it's expensive. In-game currency is expensive.
Yeah, salmon is expensive.
Search up pescatarian diet.
I can buy
Search up the pescatarian diet.
I can buy
and see how all people live healthy.
I can buy like 12 chicken legs. 12, right? Like that's 6 chickens that had to die.
That may be true. That may be true. Hold on. For one large salmon, that may be true. I will agree. The problem with that is the salmon is healthier.
I know it's healthy.
And
I mean, I'd love salmon.
And
I love salmon. It's
you're
delicious.
gonna be light. You're gonna be lightheaded. You're not. That's a bad. I mean, your body's gonna feel lightweight, and you'll be more active throughout the day. You're gonna have to.
Wait, I feel good eating chicken. What do you mean? Feel great.
I know that's the problem. That's the problem. That's what I'm getting to. That's the problem. We need to stop that. You're feeling like you're nice and full and comfortable. No, that's not how you eat.
What? Killing me.
Yes.
You're killing me, Smalls.
You know what? Day one of telling First Amendment to be a pescatarian. I'm going to do this until I reach 365 days. I will comment every day. I am dedicated. I will at you in Discord every day.
I'd be willing to try it for like a week. And if honestly, like if it's like too inconvenient, and let's face it, it's gonna be inconvenient.
Oh, you've already quit. He's already quit. He's already quit. He hasn't even started. He's already quit. I can't, man. Oh my. Are you in Modern Day Debate Discord?
Yeah. So I stopped going on there. I do my own Discord now.
I don't have that Discord. Is it private?
No, you can go to it. It's discord.gg/First Amender. FIRST Amender. It's quiet in there right now. There's nobody in there. No, it's right there. It's right above my head.
Okay.
Yeah, you just type it.
I'll look into it.
Yeah.
I know you have 3 debates on Modern Day Debate. I know you had the. Can we say that word on YouTube? I forget.
What word?
The T word.
Like the T slur?
Like I wouldn't call it a slur. Not the NN, not the NY, not NNY.
Trans?
No, not that, but the actual word. Yeah, we could say. Okay, we
can
say that.
trans.
Yeah, so I've seen the trans debate. Bro, I have TikTok head. You know, going on TikTok live.
You're good.
Those debates. Yeah, it's bad, bro.
You.
We're saying grape and stuff. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying. It is so annoying. I'm just like, why?
You can't say murder. We have to say unalive. That's a pleasant word. I actually don't mind that word.
Unalive. Like who cares? Just say kill.
Yeah, it's funny.
Just say kill. What's wrong with you?
You're right.
So silly.
TikTok will take you down. TikTok will take you down.
For saying kill? That's just, it just doesn't make any sense. Anyway.
But I've seen the trans debate, and to be honest, obviously I'm on the opposing side. Your arguments weren't bad to me personally. I was watching it. As a matter of fact, we had a party of people watching it together. The arguments you made weren't that bad, but bro, it's just a sad hill to die on. Like whether you agree with the ideology or not, like First Amendment, when are you gonna stop debating that topic, bro? You need to leave it alone, bro.
Why?
Like it's been because the argument has been strangled to death. The debate has been strangled.
I don't think so, and I'll tell you why, right? And I think it's a worthwhile thing to have a discussion about, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to take you to a website. It's called translegislation.com. And a lot of people, they don't realize just how bad this is, right? I mean, you would agree as like a human being that people have a right to exist, right? Like they should have life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness. You know?
Yeah,
there's
I'll agree.
A presumption of access of public utilities such as bathrooms. Right?
Okay.
So if you look here, right, this is the 2025 anti-trans bill tracker. There's been 1,012 bills introduced in over 49 states. 124 have passed. 506 are active and 382 failed. And out of all of them, these are each bills that are specifically designed to discriminate against trans people. And for example, we can look at education. Bills targeted at educational settings. They aim to deny students name and pronoun autonomy, forcibly out trans students to their parents, ban basic gender identity education, among other goals. In healthcare, there's bills seeking to prohibit gender-affirming care. Medical care, supported by every major medical association, has surged in recent years. Many seek to outlaw care for minors as well as adults, and others would impact insurance coverage and access to services. There's sports, where there is targeting athletics in K through 12 education as well as higher education, which seek to codify sweeping definitions of gender and sex. Over a third of the states have already passing laws banning transgender students from participating in sports consistent with their gender identity. There's various bathroom bills that have been introduced, making it illegal for trans people to use the bathroom of their assigned gender. There's also a host of different other bills, such as foster care, child welfare, military access, parental rights, child custody, employment, religious exemption, adoption, pronouns, civil rights, marriage, child abuse, incarceration, birth certificates, and other. So there's like tons and tons of bills and legislations being introduced with the express purpose to discriminate against trans individuals.
Okay. So I was listening, I was reading as you were going through. I'm gonna be honest, you might not like this, but I'm gonna be honest. I would have to see what each bill like specifically states.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I don't see a problem in why we shouldn't discriminate them in sports. I don't see why we shouldn't. You would have to make an argument. You maybe could even persuade me.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can get me off that hill. And then the bathroom thing is super iffy as well. Now, education and healthcare, I don't see why we would discriminate. That's just stupid. I don't know why we're discriminating that. Still human.
Well, so at first, when it came to the sports discussion, I was kind of on the fence about it for a while, because it is true that, trans women, on average, would be stronger than biological women. That's correct. That's not an incorrect statement to make. You'd agree with that, right?
Right.
And so that's the reason why that we want to discriminate against trans people, because they're stronger, and so they shouldn't be in the women's sports division. Now, that intuitively makes sense, but let me posit to you this. I believe that being trans has an existing predicate that exhibits itself in the brain. Knowing that there is a level of medical determinism behind it, that it is determined from the gate that a person would become trans, we have to ask ourselves, which sport do they go in? Number one. And number two, do there exist cis women that exhibit the same exact advantage? Because there are cis women that have excess testosterone. They do exist, right? And right from the gate, from the get-go, these women, if they can, for example, have a disorder, endocrinologically speaking, that causes them to have more testosterone than that of typical women. Would you say a person that is born a woman, as in they have a vagina, would that person be able to compete in women's sports, even though they clearly have an advantage?
Repeat the last two or three statements. That's kind of confusing.
Yeah. So this woman they're an actual woman. They have a vagina, but they have an endocrinological advantage where they receive more testosterone than normal, than typical women. And so what they do, my question is this person has the same advantage as trans people, except they're a biological woman. should they be able to compete?
My intuition tells me, could be wrong. My intuition tells me that yes, because they have a biological birthright, right? Quote unquote right, because
Yeah.
I don't think rights are actually real. They have a biological birthright.
So it's
I
fair
guess
to say
maybe.
that if it's based in biology, therefore they should have a right to be able to compete. We don't discriminate against, say, Michael Phelps for having webbed feet. He does have webbed feet, by the way.
Right.
You know, so just
Wait,
because someone has a
wait. He has webbed feet?
he does.
Yo, that's no
Isn't that
way. I
wild?
just learned something today.
Isn't that wild?
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's why he's so good at swimming.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he was for the Americans. I guess we'll let him keep him.
Anyway, so, okay. So we don't discriminate against somebody just because they have a genetic advantage. Isn't that kind of what sports is? Sports is you have an advantage and you like learn to hone that skill in to get even better at the sport. And so it's a mix of skill as well as genetic ability. Like, let's be honest, right? Have you seen what a linebacker looks like at the NFL? Do you think that I could even remotely look like one of those linebackers? No, right? It's not possible. There ain't no way I'm ever going to look like that guy.
You have to have the genetics first before, well, unless you're like playing chess or something. You have to have genetics in almost every sport before you can even like qualify, no matter your skill. If there's a physical advantage, for example, like MMA, that's why we have weight classes. You get me? So I get what you're saying.
So the only thing that I need to prove then is whether or not being trans exists biologically in order to basically say trans women should have access to sports.
Yeah, but then you have to make an argument. Do they make their own sport for trans women specifically? And then if so, basically it'll come down to they just won't play sports because there's not enough trans women to have a organization for that. Or do you disagree?
No, I agree. If you make a separate, I mean, that would be a great solution if there were more trans people, but there's not enough trans people to do that. So get this, right? There was actually a law where there was a long set of deliberation. They had deliberated this for over 2 weeks in, I think it was a Texas state school board, trying to determine whether or not that trans women could be able to compete in the women's sports. And they were sitting there coming up with like a law that would restrict trans women from being able to compete. And so there was actually a survey that was done. They were like, let's figure out how many people, actually are trans and are in sports. So guess how many trans people existed in K through 12 education in sports in the state of Texas. Yes, Texas. Guess how many that they found.
If I would say, what year was this in? What year was this? This will give it to me.
I don't actually know. I would have to look that up.
What year was you? What year did you
Let me look
what
this
year
up.
do you think
I'll
it
look
was?
it. I'll look
roughly?
it up. I'll look it up. Hold on. Give me a sec. Sorry.
You're fine. Amanda, how old are you anyway?
36.
What?
Yeah.
Did you get this reaction a lot?
Yeah. I was born in
There's
1989.
no way, nah.
I was born in
Nah,
1989.
there's no way.
I grew up with Super Nintendo, bro.
I thought we were the same age. No way.
Oh, big difference.
I thought you were like 26, 27, 28.
No. No.
Wow.
Yeah, hold on,
Hey,
hold on.
you're
Let me
you're
find
defying the odds. You're defying the odds. White doesn't crack, apparently. Newsflash, everyone. Not all white cracks.
No, dude. So here's the thing, right? If you spend a lot of time inside, you don't have a lot of sun damage. That's how you look young. All right. Anyway, hold on. Let me pull up the year. Give me a second. I'm looking.
Do you think it was in the 2010s or the 2020s?
2021.
2021. Okay, 2021. The trans wave wasn't really. It was just starting to pop, really. Probably around 8.
2018, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said the trans wave really just started popping, so I would say around 8 people were in transports in Texas.
So you're saying in Texas, 8 people?
Yeah, I think around 8 people.
You're off by a factor of 8. The answer is 1.
What?
They deliberated for over 2 weeks, passing anti-trans bill legislation, all to affect 1 kid.
What age was the kid?
I think they were in high school. This poor little kid.
Oh, bro.
This poor kid. Imagine having these these grown ass adults standing around deliberating.
Was it a trans woman or trans man?
I think it was a trans woman.
Okay, I'm trying to make sense of this.
That's wild, right? You would agree. We probably should, fix this, right? It's messed up.
Like,
we should have do this.
This fits with my beliefs. The problem is, like, if we could act that fast with other things, we would be a great fucking country. There's no way.
True.
We all came together like, let's go. Like, there's no way.
Fuck this one person in particular. Why don't we do that with the Koch brothers? What's wrong with us?
We could have done that. We could have had that same energy dealt with a lot of other things. I agree with what they did, but for like one. How fast was this executed?
Huh? They deliberated it over 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah, it took 2 weeks.
Yeah. Oh no! I gotta search this up.
I wish it wasn't real. It's real. It's so stupid.
Nah, you lying, bro.
I'm not lying.
You're lying, bro.
I am being entirely serious.
You need to get off First Amendment. Get off Reddit, bro.
I'm not capping, dude. This is real.
Oh my god.
This is real. I'm telling you. They had to draft the legislation and everything. It took a long time.
Oh my god, bro. Okay, I guess that's a little over dramatic. I get it though. Start a problem before it becomes one. I get it.
But it's not.
I don't disagree,
a problem,
but
the problem is
it's not a problem yet though.
Well, I've listed study after study after study showing how a trans person can exhibits their existence. Endocrinologically speaking, I've exhibited the neurobiological functions as well and the differences of trans people. And by the way, this is pre-HRT, where we can exhibit different biological characteristic signs that cause that is correlated with them being trans. It's not present in cisgendered people. And so if that's the case, if we're observing that correlation, like a strong correlation of these things, I go, okay, this person is there's a biological determinism to being trans, and so we should probably not discriminate against these trans people. We probably shouldn't be spending all this time legislating this.
Okay, hear me out, because I know we don't have a method on this, right? Wait, let me ask this, because maybe the world is huge. Who knows? Have we ever so from birth, you can identify if someone's going to be trans or not? Are you telling me that?
We don't have that yet.
Like they have the potential. They have. Okay.
I think
do
we
you
should.
think
We will in the
that they
future
can
be
see
able
the
to find a
potential?
high propensity as to whether or not somebody will be trans. Similar to how if you analyze somebody genetically speaking, there is certain markers that lead to a high propensity of being gay.
Okay. Now take those markers for trans, right? And let's say we can see those markers. Do you think that we could experiment on people and try to indoctrinate them and put them in a position to where they wouldn't end up trans? Do you think that's possible?
I don't. I think it would be unethical. Maybe what you're saying is possible to do, but as to whether or not it actually works, I don't think so. I don't believe conversion therapy works. We've had multiple, and if anything, it causes a lot of harm. I also don't believe that being trans is something to fix. It's a person's identity.
Well, that's the thing. No, I agree with that. I'm saying, could you manipulate someone's identity, like subtle, not something extreme, subtle, like from birth,
Could
like
I
have them like a
manipulate-
Truman Show, like you could subtly change everything about them. Do you think we would be able to do that?
I believe we have done this in the past, and it has resulted in a great deal of people self-harming and eventually terminating themselves.
I mean, of course we've done it in the past, but I'm talking about to this type of scale.
Yeah, you're talking about conversion therapy. It doesn't work. It causes a lot of harm. A lot of people get hurt.
Okay. I'm looking to that. So
We did it in the 70s.
it's funny.
There were like
It's funny.
children
It's
who
funny.
would have genetically ambiguous genitals, and we wouldn't tell the child at all. We would just whatever their external genitalia was, we would try to surgically make it to where it would be as close to, regular as possible. Often using things like X-ray to determine, okay, well, do they have a uterus? Are we how malformed are we talking? Take for example, you can have an instance where a person has a vagina, but the labia has fused together to form a ball sack, and they have an enlarged clitoris. It's like, crap. What is that? And it becomes really, really difficult. And so a lot of the times what they end up doing is they'll just cut the, in a situation like that, they would just cut the ball sack and suture a labia together. I'm not even kidding. This is on newborns. They just try to make it to where they live a normal life.
Well, what would you do? You would just leave it?
In an instance where there's like a malformed situation, I go in the realm of like least harm possible, right? So like I would want them to live as normal of a life as possible.
So what if you value what's the word I'm looking for? Natural?
If I value no, I
natural
don't
as
value
possible.
natural at all. No.
Okay. Do you believe in circumcision?
I've heard some health benefits, but there could be an argument to be made to that it should be removed. I'm a bit in the air about it.
Yeah, me too. I'm just glad I'm circumcised. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I want to deal with that. Okay. I'm learning a little bit more about you. These are things I can't ask you when you're debating. It's interesting. I need to look more into this trans thing. The funny thing is, though, why do we always talk about trans women?
Because I think that there's like an underlying belief of like if they're becoming a woman, they're perverted. But when it comes to like
so trans men
a
in
woman
sports,
that transitions to a man, that it wouldn't be perverted because it's a woman.
yeah, it's a double standard. It's a double standard.
Oh, big time.
Right. And so my question to you is, if a trans man, you get it correct, don't hurt anyone's feelings. If a trans man is playing sports, what do you make of that? Like, are you concerned at all? Because
so there have been trans men in sports, and they have won.
Won what?
They've won some competitions.
What are they? If I search it up, they're gonna be like, yeah, they won a participation trophy.
I've pulled this up before. No, they won.
What did they win?
Let me pull it up. Hold on.
Participation trophy, Reddit subculture.
Give me a sec.
This better be something like golf. Amanda, I'm not playing. This better be something like golf.
Oh, I haven't even heard of this one.
This would just shatter my whole worldview.
Yeah, here we go. So this is Chris Mosier, who first transgender, this is a female to male, transgender athlete to represent the United States in an international competition. And they were sponsored by Nike. Let me take a look here. Wait, is this the winner? No, I was looking for a winner. Hold on, let me see here. Sorry, my apologies. Oh, no, hold on. 5 times national champion and first transgender athlete to compete in the Olympic trials in any sport in a category different from their sex assigned at birth. That's them.
She competed in the Olympics?
But yeah. And won.
Oh, yeah.
4 times national champion.
What sport was this?
Running.
The marathon?
Let's see. 5 times national champion and the first transgender athlete to compete in the Olympic trials in any sport in a category different from their sex assigned at birth. Where is the... Chris created the site transathlete.com. Fucking based. Let's go, Chris. Dude, I gotta talk with Chris. This is a badass person. They made their own website. What do you think?
I think that I need to hang up immediately, erase this live, and every man that competed against him needs to be locked up for at least 25 to life.
Come on, man.
Yeah, there's just no way they allow this. There's just no way.
What do you want? An American
In the
transgender
Olympics. This is
advocate,
like
Team
peak.
USA, and VP. But hold on, it's a trans man. They were born a woman, and they're competing against men, and they won.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's worse than the other way around.
What do you
That's
mean?
worse.
How is that worse?
Because like biological women beat biological men.
Yeah,
That's
and
terrible.
that's not a bad
They
thing. They
need
just did
to
better.
be incarcerated.
Well,
No,
you
hold
think
on, wait
you,
a minute.
You think
What
you
year
can
was
run
this?
faster than this guy?
Hold on. What year was this? What year was this?
I don't know. I could Google it. I don't know. Let me look.
Around 2021. Oh my god. Okay, 2020. Okay, 2021. I think 2021 was the year of scandals. Yes, it's called the scandal year. This was a scandal. Every man
American
that competed
advocate
in that
for
competition.
transgender rights and competitive triathlete, duathlete, and a race walker, started his athletic career before transitioning, started their transition in 2010, and in 2015 earned a spot in Team USA Sprint Duathlon men's team for the 2016 World Championship in the men's 35 to 39 age group division, making him the first known out trans athlete to join a U.S. national team different of sex at birth. Mosier began competing in a triathlon in 2009 as a female. In 2010, Mosier publicly self-identified as a transgender man. The Advocate in an American LGBTQ+ magazine after competing in his first race as a male. In 2011, Mosier was featured in the New York Times prior to competing in Nautica New York City Triathlon, a race he competed in 2 years prior as a woman. In 2016, Mosier was chosen as the first openly transgender athlete to be featured in Body issue of ESPN the magazine. While he qualified, Mosier was uncertain about his eligibility to compete in the Duathlon World Championship race in Spain in June 2016 due to the International Olympic Committee policy in the participation of transgender athletes, with specific provisions from the Stockholm Consensus in 2004. In 2015, Mosier challenged the policy, resulting in the creation of the adoption of the new IOC guidelines for the participation of transgender athletes. Mosier was considered the catalyst for the change in policy in January of 2016 after he successfully advocated for the change in policy and allowed his participation in the World Championship and future races. Following the policy change, in 2016, Mosier raced the International Triathlon Union Sprint Duathlon World Championship race in Avellís, Spain, becoming the first known transgender athlete to compete in a World Championship race. In 2020, Mosier became the first openly transgender man to ever compete in an Olympic trial alongside other men, and was unable to finish in the race walking event due to an injury. Let me take a look here. Athletic achievements. Mosier made the Team USA in the first time in the Sprint Duathlon in 2015. He made a long course duathlon team in 2016 at a race in Cary, North Carolina. Mosier made his fourth team in the USA team in a long course duathlon in 2017 National Championship, where he placed second. In 2016, Mosier earned an All-American honors in duathlon. In 2019, Mosier won 2 national championships in race walking. And in 2020, Mosier competed in the U.S. Olympic team trials for the 50K race walk event, however, was unable to finish the race due to the injury. As such, he became the first known transgender athlete to compete in the Olympic trials in the gender in which they identify. In 2023, Mosier won the men's 40 to 44 category of the national championship at the USA Triathlon Duathlon Gravel International Championship and race in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Based.
No, this is not base. That's not a correct way to use the word base. This is far from base. What are you talking about for a minute?
So based.
No, it's not.
So
this
based.
is not base.
This person
This is super.
looked at every single anti-trans person and challenged the rule, got it revoked based on their arguments, and then competed and then fucking won against men.
Yeah, this is an L. This is an L.
Bro, they won. Based.
This is an L. This is an L. I have to do more research. I hope there's a scandal or something weird was happening in those I don't
Bruh.
know. I don't even know what to make sense of it. I have to find something to cope with this because this is an outrage. I won't. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, when I hang up this phone, I'm not resting until I find an answer, and I will be adding you on Discord when I find the explanation because this is just stupid.
Okay. Sounds good.
There's no way. There's no way this happened. It's the thing though. If trans men want to compete with men, I think I have no problem with that. I think we should allow that. I wouldn't want my first of all, I'd be well. That's a whole other story. But if a trans woman thing, I can't get with it. No, trans women should not be competing with women. No,
Well,
I won't stand for it.
Y'all have
No,
to
hell no.
Y'all have to understand that my position is coming from initially saying that it shouldn't be, but upon further research and really thinking about it, I realized that my position was untenable.
Well, I have to do more research. The reason why I would allow trans men to compete in men's sports is reasons I will tell you over Discord, not on your YouTube live stream. But the trans women, no, they should not be competing. And it upsets me a lot. I can't stand it, and we can go over there later on in more detail. Also, I asked you about your diet. I know your views on trans. You're not giving up the trans debates. You're gonna keep doing that. That's cool. I don't think you're. What's your opinion on NASA? I think I've heard it before. I just forgot.
NASA?
Yeah. I know you're not a flat earther, but what is your
Definitely
opinion
not a
on
flat.
NASA?
NASA's amazing. Change the world. We should fund it more.
So, is there anything about space about the atmosphere around us, I should say? Like, do you think space is really a vacuum?
Yeah.
Of emptiness?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think there's a beginning and an end to it?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you there.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about those topics from you.
I would venture to say
really
likely finite, but likely also very, very, very vast.
Right. Okay. I think that's about it. Oh wait, your political beliefs. Obviously, you're a liberal. Who did you vote for?
Kamala Harris, of course. Kamala was going to be a much better president.
Election?
I definitely not a Republican.
Well, come on, First Amendment. Don't do this. Don't
What?
do this.
Not a Republican. What do you
don't.
want?
You don't go in. Hold on. Chill. You don't go in with a fresh, clean slate every election.
No.
So you're discriminatory against Republicans. Got it.
Hell yeah.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first, guys. I got him. I knew it.
Hell yeah,
I knew
discriminatory
it.
to those fucking crazy motherfuckers. Yeah.
I've heard you.
Yeah.
I've heard you deny this one time a long time ago. I knew it. That's crazy. That is crazy work.
Dude, the problem is I know too much about it. I can't keep pretending like, oh yeah, this is like a new guy with an open slate. There would need to be a lot of stuff that would need to change about the Republican Party for me to even remotely acknowledge it.
What was the I can finally remember. There was one state where there was a chance at the beginning. There was one party that was in the lead that wasn't Republican or Democratic. What party was that?
Libertarian or Green Party.
Libertarian. Yeah, I knew it was green. Who was running that year? I think this was the most recent one. Yeah, this was.
I don't know. I used to be a libertarian. I used to vote in libertarians.
Then you realize your vote never mattered.
It didn't matter. Yeah, my principles is what mattered, not the vote.
If we're being honest, none of our votes matter. Honestly,
They do matter. I believe they matter. Hell, look, Mom Donnie won. Think about that. People went out and voted and won.
Yeah.
You can
That
create
was crazy.
change.
That was an upset. That was not upset. That was a shock, though,
Oh,
to the rest of the world.
Super happy about that. I was like, holy crap. Are we finally waking
What?
up?
Super happy?
Yeah, I was happy.
Oh, my God. Oh, no, he did not just say that on
Yeah.
live. That's crazy. I hope
Why
you're
would I
willing to
not be
stand on
happy
that.
about that?
What state do you live in?
Florida.
Do you vote during your state center election?
Do I vote during my center election? Yeah. I vote all the time.
Do you vote during the local election?
Yeah. I vote. I'm a voter.
I've never voted to the.
I come
I
in,
never
I vote.
voted to the local ones. I think it's probably the most important one. I guess
It's pretty.
from a
Yeah, it
person's
can be.
independent, perspective.
For sure, it can be.
Wait, who did you vote for? Barack?
I did not.
Racist. No, I'm messing with you,
That was
bro.
when I was. It was when I
I'm
was a
messing with
Republican.
you,
So.
bro. Oh man.
Yeah, don't you know I used to be?
man.
I used to be a Republican, and I changed to Libertarian, and now I'm a Democrat.
This is crazy. You sound like Dean's dad. If Dean had a dad on stream, this is crazy.
It is what it is.
Who have you debated that isn't? Do you have a big debate coming up?
Not yet. But I get requests.
Because I know you
I email out.
have 3 on Modern Debate.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
I know they enjoy you over there. Maybe for the wrong reasons, but I know they enjoy you over there. Yeah. I just have to be honest, but they enjoy you for the wrong reasons,
Very
but
true.
they enjoy you over there. I'm trying to think. Have you been on the panel before? The panel verse?
Which panel? Are you talking about with Max?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'll have to go check that out. Have you been on the panel with Sarah? Andrew Wilson's old host?
Have
one
I
he
been
just
on
put
the
up
panel
with,
with Sarah?
I think her name is Sarah, the white woman, blonde hair, used to be Andrew Wilson's moderator.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
God, Andrew Wilson
I'm
saying
trying
Andrew Wilson's moderator is wild to me. I just want to.
I mean, it's not really rhetoric. He did like in his opinion. I did my research. He really did make her like not trying to be disingenuous, like not trying to be mean towards her career or anything. But he if you just follow the track record and her views, he really did make her. And yeah, it's sad that they split up. But we're all human. We make bad
Why did they
decisions and
split
mistakes.
up?
You can forgive or not.
Wait, why'd they split up?
You have to do your research and go look. You have to go do your research. And
What was
just
this
go look
name?
it up.
What was it called?
I don't want the woman, the moderator,
Yeah.
Sarah. Yeah, I don't want to botch anything. I don't want to get anything mixed up. But you could just do your own research. But he was furious, and yeah, she's cut off. So you would have to look into it. I typically watch a lot of Andrew Wilson. I cut back recently.
I would. I would get the hell out of there.
For other reasons, not because I disagree with most of his views. I agree with I probably agree with 85% of the views he has. Probably 90%. It's just Yeah, I do, but I go a different way about it. I go a different way about it, and his fruits, his character is something's not. Yeah,
Something
I'm not
not
willing to say that
jiving?
on stream because
Something don't
he's
work?
gonna have to. I'm gonna have to debate 100,000 people over that, and just I don't feel like doing that. But yeah,
No, I heard they ban you if you disagree with him.
yeah, I just don't. Yeah, that's why I can't say too much on screen. It's just some things just not. Nah, that's all I can say.
That's wild.
No. Just
Sounds
no.
like you're on the fence
no.
about it.
Yeah, I mean, I like him as far as an entertainer, and for his debate tactics, his semantics, the way he likes to poach on semantics, that's like his thing. I've seen Andrew wiggle his way out of debates just by sticking to semantics alone and not even arguing the actual debate and winning the debate like that. So he has some good tactics if you want to spit out propaganda and things like that. I think he's a very intellectual debater as far as his debate style, and he caters to the people as well. So you can definitely learn from him.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some things I can't really say too much because we're on stream. But the drinking, the smoking, the courtesy, it's just something just not. It's not my cup of tea.
I see.
Like I don't want to say the money changes, like, because I could be wrong. Yeah, I'll just leave it alone. Because as a matter of fact, he just had a live yesterday or the day before yesterday, telling people to come up and state their grievances on why they think such and such. He had a lot of counters for that, so I was just like, yeah, I knew this would go down like that. But I still have my opinion. So.
Well, I mean, it's been nice talking to you. Are you subscribed? Or going to be subscribed?
I've been subscribed.
Oh, appreciate that. I do.
Yeah, I've been subscribed for probably a few months.
That's great. Thank you.
When is your next debate? The last debate I've watched of you, I had a guy. His name is Dank. You debated him. He was streaming on, is it Kick or Rumble? Something like that. I don't know. These other sites you guys be on, but you debated him on what's worse, porn, alcohol, or gambling.
Yeah. Which one did you agree with after everything was said and done?
Well, you have to understand. I'm looking at things through a Christian worldview. So for me,
I get you.
Alcohol would be the worst. The gambling and porn is a toss-up, and I think you had porn last. But when it comes to things like affecting birth rate, social skills, and men, obviously.
I mean, with or without porn, birth rate's going to be low. Like, birth rate has to do with socioeconomic conditions.
I've heard that counter, but I've heard other counters to that counter. But we can go into that another day. But I've heard a lot of different reasons, and I do think porn is. And this is the thing. Everyone, like when I say everyone, obviously not everyone, but everyone watches porn. Everyone's addicted to porn. Like, don't take that literal. But like soft porn, we all watch it normally. Like, we can just look at a girl twerking naked and not think nothing and just keep scrolling. So porn is very addictive. Also, there was a point in that debate that you missed that Dank made, and I hate that he didn't make it more clear. I just hated the point because no one understood what he was saying. It was all encompassing. So he was including that the porn actresses themselves, because it's common that people are being, like, women are porn actresses, like they do make a couple of tapes online, that the porn actresses would have to also be included in the porn addiction. Mm-hmm. And so the actresses themselves are the people that are getting STDs and STIs. That's the point he was trying to make that you didn't get. He didn't make it clear, though, so I understand. So if porn is as common as opening the app and making a video and uploading it online, then your porn is a bigger problem than gambling, in my opinion.
Well, I believe that that I believe that like prostitution and pornography and all that, I think that it needs to be more legalized, but also more controlled in the sense that reducing overall harm. Kind of like the Netherlands, like what they do. The women are treated with respect.
You think if we legalize porn, that would...
Porn's legal.
No. I said legalize porn, my bad. If we legalize prostitution, that would be less harm?
Yes. Well, so you have to combine legalizing prostitution or at minimum decriminalizing it, and you mix it in with having strong regulations in the industry.
Technically, in my opinion, prostitutes are already legal.
They're not.
Prostitution. Do you know the argument I'm about to make to say that
You're going to say like e-girls?
Yeah, so I'm not talking about just the solo cam girls where you pay money and you can webcam or whatever. I'm saying technically you can pay an OnlyFans OnlyFans model, which just means any girl online that's willing to sell their body online. If you make a tape with them, technically that's not illegal technically.
That's correct.
Like if you're willing to record,
well, that's not prostitution.
If you're willing to
it's
record
just a stripper.
Yeah, it's not prostitution. So if she's willing to record, I don't see the problem.
Yeah. Anyway, it's good talking to you. I think we're going to move on, and I appreciate you calling.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll join the Discord.
You have a great day.
All right, you too, bro.
Peace. That was JayOfChrist, everybody. Nice long conversation. I really enjoyed that, actually. Excadriller says, honestly, First Amender's political views do not make me mad at all. The way he plays the Pokemon game, that makes me want to crash out. What's wrong with what I'm doing? You're like, why aren't you running? I'm trying to find the stupid... I'm trying to find how the hell to get out of here. I'm trying to figure out like what I can see where I need to go, but I'm not sure exactly where, like what it's going to do or where it's going to take me. And I'm just like messing with these Mew statues. Alpha Eagle says the thing in church is voluntary. State school is forced. I agree. That's why it's really important that state schools should be secular. Because if you're not making it secular, then you're forcing people to a specific religion. Excadriller says, yo, drop below the darkness? What? You know the scientist next to the broken floorboards? What? Huh? How do I... The scientist by the broken floorboards. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, what about him? Wait. Jeff says state schools are secular. Yes, I agree. They are right now. For now. But let's be honest. If the Republicans get their way, they absolutely will not make it secular. They've been pushing for that forever. In fact, if anything, they want to divest money from public schools and put it into private schools so that way they can desecularize it. Yes. All right, hold on. I think you're onto something there. I need to go back to the Pokemon Center, and I'm going to try that. I'm going to try exactly what you said. Excadriller says, bro, you know what I am talking about. I know! I'm going to go. I'm going. I'm going. I'll go over there. Thank you for the help and the advice. My Pokemon will be level 99 if it weren't for you. I'd still be in here. My Pokemon would all be level 99. Alpha Ego says, First Amendment, no, I mean, teaching things in church is not indoctrination because it's voluntary. State schools are indoctrination. So indoctrination is specifically teaching somebody to think a specific way, to do a specific thing. Whereas, like, I would argue that state schools teach you how to think, not what to think. They give you the tools necessary to be able to think. Whereas in church, they teach you a very specific thing and you must think this thing, right? It's not like that they're teaching you like Buddhism as well. Like they're teaching you a very, very specific thing that is very much this indoctrination. All right. We're going to save this. Excadriller says, First Amender, what do you think is more important, talking to people or playing Pokemon in your daily life? Talking to people. Jeff says, I'm sure there are some. Ooh, Jeff says, I don't believe conservatives want to push for religious schools. Ooh, wrong. Wrong. Hold on, let's pull this up. I'll pull it up. Hold on. Give me a moment. Ooh, JayOfChrist says $1.99. Good faith conversation. Keep up the good streams. Thank you. I appreciate that, Jay. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that donation. I had a very good conversation with you. I enjoyed it. Let's take a look here. Okay. All right. I want to share this. Here we go. 9 things to know about the big private school voucher plan in the Republican tax bill. House Republicans' reconciliation bill, which includes first-of-its-kind national school voucher program, is now heading to the Senate. The proposal would use the federal tax code to offer vouchers that students could use to attend private, secular, or religious schools, even in states where voters are opposed such efforts. NPR interviewed researchers, advocates for and against, tax experts, a mother who relies on vouchers, and a public school leader who feels threatened by them, a dozen sources in all. Here's what they say about this federal plan, including the potential risks and benefits. How vouchers work and the federal plan work. What is a voucher? if it funds private school tuition, it's a voucher, says Josh Cohen, a professor of Michigan State University who, after studying vouchers for more than 2 decades, publicly opposes them. This federal proposal would reward people who make charitable donations to what is known as scholarship granting organizations, SGOs, their reward, the dollar-for-dollar tax credit. It is about 3 times as generous as what you're going to get donating to a children's hospitals or a veterans group for any other cause, says Carl Davis at the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy. It really preferences voucher groups over any other kind of charity. The SGO would then distribute the donated money in the form of scholarships for students to use on a range of expenses, including private school tuition, books, and homeschooling costs. The bill would cap the tax credit at $5 billion and each for the next 4 years through 2029. The complex plan uses the tax code and SGOs because in smaller, older programs, most voucher students attend religious schools, of which federal law prohibits direct funding. The Supreme Court appears open, however, to this kind of indirect funding. Direct or indirect, these tax dollars the government is choosing to forego. And the reward for donors doesn't stop at the dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Instead of cash, they could donate stock. Normally, when you sell stock, you have to pay capital gains taxes on any profit that you've made. But Davis says donors who give their stock to an SGO would not have to pay the capital gains taxes or any increase on the stock's value, and they would just still get that tax credit. Between the tax credit and this capital gains tax avoidance, Davis writes, contributors would generally find that donating would yield a personal profit for themselves. Davis estimates this bill, as currently written, it would facilitate $2.2 billion in capital gains tax avoidance over the next decade. That's why Hillary Wething, an economist of the liberal-leaning Economic Policy Institute, calls for a voucher plan a tax shelter for the wealthy. I didn't know this. That's new for me. That's terrifying. 2. Why families choose vouchers. Michelle Salazar, who lives in Central Florida, says she used Florida-based voucher to enroll her young son in a private school because she just doesn't want getting the care he needed. While the public charter school, saying her first grader could then be fidgety and distracting, and his teacher's solution was to separate him from other children who sat together at tables and to put him at a desk which was covered in black material and placed in a corner. It was crazy, Salazar said. They just didn't know how to deal with him. He struggled. He fell behind in reading. In 2nd grade, when Salazar's son was diagnosed with dyslexia, in addition to ADHD, she says that she made a change. She used a state-provided voucher. Florida has been the leader of the voucher movement, and enrolled him in a new Christian school for children with special needs. I love it every time, dude. Every freaking time. Her son is now 12, and Salazar says he loves it there and the teachers all love him. Salazar, a single parent, says that he wouldn't be able to afford the school's annual $15,000 tuition if it were not for the nearly $10,000 state-funded voucher. By the way, FYI, I'm not saying, by the way, that the public school didn't fail this student. They did. I just think that there needs to be, funding for public schooling that allow for special needs children. Her story illustrates just one of the reasons that some families support vouchers. It used to be that when you asked parents, they would say the academic quality of the private schools, teacher quality of the private school, the educational program, and those kinds of things, says Patrick Wolf, a voucher researcher in the University of Arkansas. Today, Wolf says other priorities include fear and bullying. Top of the list of the reasons why parents might choose to use a voucher to enroll their child in a private school. Parents are concerned that their child is bullied, says Robert Enlow, whose pro-voucher group EdChoice surveys families. They're concerned that their child is safe in a safe environment or that they're too anxious and stressed, and that's why they're choosing private schools. Private schools can't turn students away. Public schools can't. Not all students are well served by vouchers, including many students with disabilities. Unlike public schools, private schools can generally choose who to admit. A private school can absolutely say that you're not a good fit for this school. Bottom line, period, says Jacqueline Rodriguez, CEO of the National Center for Learning Disabilities. Private schools are not bound by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which requires public schools to provide students with disabilities a free, appropriate public education. The bill itself includes one convoluted sentence that suggests some protection for students with disabilities. But as written, It would not require a private school to admit a student with a disability, nor is it clear in what, if any, government entity would enforce the protections the bill hints at, especially since the bill also prohibits government entity to mandate direct control of any aspect of private or religious elementary school or secondary education institution. This is why Rodriguez says that any promise to parents guaranteeing students will enjoy the same rights and protection in private schools is disingenuous at best and crooked at worst. Curtis Finch runs the Deer Valley Unified School District in Phoenix and says that many parents and students with disabilities have been enticed by the state's generous voucher program. The pattern that usually happens, Finch says, is a family hears that there's a special school for Johnny, so they end up getting this voucher, and then they take it back over to the private school. Finch pauses. We usually get those kids back. Often, private schools lack the resources, expertise, and trained staff to serve children with complex disabilities, and when these schools realize a student might exceed either their expertise or their budget, they reject the child or, later, shift them back to public schools. And it's not just students with disabilities. Many state-based voucher programs do not require that private schools accept any or all applicants. Schools can reject a student for lots of reasons, including poor grades or a previous record of misbehavior. That's another issue that a lot of people don't consider. A lot of stuff with this, like, private schools appear to do better because they could just like kick out people that don't do well. When in reality, the people that don't do well are the people that need the help the most. So it's like, it's incorrect to say that, oh, private school is better. We should have vouchers so that way everybody goes to a really good private school. When in reality, they could just deny you for whatever reason. Excadriller says, isn't the purpose of separating church and state just making it so you cannot make laws solely? Oh, sorry, hold on. Yo, Fistermender, if you were alive in the 1780s, would you be a Federalist or an Anti-Federalist? Oh, I don't know. Let me continue this. Sorry. Research suggests even when disadvantaged children are admitted to private schools using vouchers, many end up back in the public schools, either because they choose to return or because private schools can send them back, a phenomenon known as push-out. Finch says many of the voucher schools in district cherry-pick students. He says that they have a segregation mentality of, we don't want your kid. He's too special needs. He has too much discipline issues. Doesn't have academic prowess for our school. You know, fill in the blank. And Low Ed Choice said private schools must be able to choose students that they admit and retain to safeguard those own unique school cultures. Yeah. This is by the way, really good way to have racism, by the way. Just FYI, really easy way. Sorry, you're not a fit. You're not a good fit at our academy. And it's literally just like a black child. His behavior is really bad. Public school can't do that. Not every single school services every single child, nor should it, Enlow says. We found that our traditional school system, it's impossible to have a one-size-fits-all system, and so I don't think that we want to force that kind of system on non-public schools. In this kind of system, Josh Cohen in Michigan State says it's voucher schools, not parents who get to choose. The federal voucher would not be limited to low-income families. Many of the earliest small voucher programs were billed as engines of social mobility that thus made available only to lower-income children, often from low-quality public schools. Ultimately, every child, especially from lower-income families, should have access to the school of their choice, and this legislation is the only way to make that happen. Tommy Schultz, CEO of a pro-voucher American Federation for Children, said in a statement celebrating the current federal voucher proposal. But this federal proposal would not be limited to lower-income students. Far from it. Yeah, by the way, that's a freaking nightmare. This is a nightmare. Just FYI. And I'll tell you why. So, we've got, I don't know, Lil Billy, who's, say, minority, in like a minority area, lower income. They give them vouchers, which then pulls money away from the public school, effectively making it even worse for more minority children. And then that money then goes to a more affluent zone. Do you see the problem? Under the Republicans' plan, Vouchers would be able to households earning it below 300% of an area's given median gross income. So in an area of a country where the median gross income is $75,000, any child in a household earning less than $225,000 could qualify. It's a very generous income threshold that would allow most families in the U.S. to qualify, says the Wolf at University of Arkansas. By one estimate, 85 to 90% of students would qualify. That's fine by Robert N. Lowe at EdChoice. He says people tend to go crazy about the idea of we're going to fund millionaire kids, but Enlow argues that's already happening. Public schools are funded largely through state and local dollars, and the wealthier school districts can often do is spend considerably more on their students. We seem to be fine with giving millionaire kids $15,000 to go to a traditional public school in income-segregated communities, Enlow concludes. Federal money covers only between 6 and 13% of public school budgets, though, and is largely targeted to help lower-income students and children with disabilities. So this is another thing, right? Fix this. I've talked about this many times. Hey, let's make a system where the poorer areas can get more funding and the richer areas get less funding. It's because of the way that property taxes work and zip codes work that cause this to be a problem. Vouchers often go to students who are already enrolled in private schools. That, dude, whole other problem there, right? Holy crap. What happens is that, again, the money ends up funneling to the rich. It's effectively a voucher program is a tax from the poor to the rich. I'm not even kidding. Because it's like they go to a private school that already has funding, but meanwhile, the public school is what suffers because little Billy isn't going to the public school anymore. The vast majority of vouchers that were already in private school to begin with, says Cohen in Michigan State. And it's true for 18 years of data. This is a common phenomenon in the research. When a voucher program becomes universal or near universal, many families who first use it were already paying for private schools. In fact, after Oklahoma enacted its recent voucher program, state data revealed that fewer than 10% of applicants were public school students. And a 2017 NPR investigation found Indiana's voucher program was spending public dollars on thousands of students who never attended a public school. In the case of the federal proposal, these are wealthy families who already made the choice to attend a private school, says the Wething of Economic Policy Institute, and now we're just subsidizing their choice. I'm not making this up, dude. When states offer vouchers, private schools often raise prices. No way, what? How else would you fund public education? Excise tax? First of all, voucher programs are terrible. Don't do voucher programs. Fund better poor school districts. Pull some of the money from the rich, affluent areas and put it into the poor areas. Why, just because of zip code, do they have to have a worse K through 12 education? Right? I'm not talking about equality of outcome. I'm talking about equality of opportunity here. I thought that's what Republicans like. By the way, an FYI, the whole point of me having read this was the fact that Republicans push this stuff on the basis of like a religious indoctrination thing, right? There's a lot of private schools that are religious because they can be. It's a private school. And a lot of this money, like in school voucher programs, is deliberately designed to do exactly that. Anyway. Jeff says, do you believe constantly increasing funding for low-performing schools will solve the problem? No, it's a multifaceted issue. It takes time. But with that being said, you should consider that not having enough funding is obviously a problem. Like if teachers aren't getting paid enough and people aren't doing very well, like I'm sorry, this is just gonna lead to worse outcomes. All right, let's go to that that guy that has the broken floorboards. We're going there. Drill peck. Kill it. Moving on. Dead. Hold on. Where the heck is the... Jeff says, it's just like auto and health insurance. When it's required by law, it's shocking that the prices go up, and so does the fraud. So, if I'm not mistaken, I believe audio insurance was actually more expensive when it was optional. But when it was mandatory, it became cheaper because there were more customers. If I'm not mistaken, I'm almost positive that that's what happened. I gotta look that up though. Eradicate. Control pack. Excadriller is so mad at me. I'm sorry, Exa. Thank you. Bobro says, what happened? You don't want to know. You don't want to know what just happened. I spent hours in this place. Hours. Dude, can I just not get poisoned? Like, please? I should have just been... I wish I hit drill peck. It would have just been dead and I wouldn't be poisoned. That's so annoying. Bobro says, my Christmas tree is set up. Your Christmas tree is set up already? All right. Not me, man. I set that up December 1st. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Jeff says, when no-fault divorce, abortion, and mandatory child support laws were enacted, do you believe that it had a positive effect on society overall? Yes. Yeah, I do. And the part that a lot of people don't look at, right? So what people look at is, hey, when families are together, that it results in a better off society. Okay. That's generally true, but you really need to unpack why that is. For one, you now have two incomes instead of one income. For two, the child, when they have two minds that are working together to teach a child, they often end up better off. Now, all else equal, that works great. But not all situations are like that. Sometimes there's a situation where the father is abusive or the mother is abusive or there's substance abuse issues or one person won't get a job or there's a lot of different problems that cause somebody to go, okay, I need to get out of this. This is a bad situation. And it's a worse off society to force people to stay in something that they feel like is a lost cause or they shouldn't be spending their time on. Child support is necessary because there are people that will get somebody pregnant and then just run off and they are no longer responsible, but they still brought somebody into existence, which means that that person basically lives their life under poor socioeconomic conditions. So what it does is that it kind of resolves or tries to assist in what is fundamentally a worse off situation. Does that make sense? I don't know. Okay, now that I know how to like jump through that thing, how do I get to where I need to go? Wait. Does the other one take me somewhere? It might. It might take me somewhere. Could it take me somewhere? Bobro says, yeah, it makes complete sense, Amender. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, society is better off by allowing people to choose whether or not they want to stay in a toxic relationship. Yes. No, I didn't want that attack to miss. Kill it. Just kill it. Just kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. I don't want to get poisoned. Damn it. What the fuck? Minimize? Minimize. Minimize. Sorry. Not here. I don't know where to go. Get me away from this coughing. He's gonna poison me. Don't poison me, you bastard. Don't poison me. I don't want to be poisoned. I say this is one of my Pokemon is going to die from being poisoned. Shit. I have to hit this off. Maybe I should just look up a guide and just be on my way. I've been in here for a while. Don't poison me. Wow, that was brutal. It was a brutal. I've been streaming for a while. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. Metal claw. I want to get through this. Oh my god, dude. Bruh. Where the hell am I? All right, let's try the other spot to dive down. Press it. Yes, who would it? Okay. Ow. You must die. Damn it. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. You want to have a discussion? Let's do it. Want to hear you out? Metal claw. Metal. Metal. What's that? Metal. Do you guys know what I'm referencing? That took so long to find. Bobro says, wow, I think you shut the haters up, Amender. Everyone's too afraid to debate you. Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone here. Bruh. Scientist Ted. Don't blow that thing up on my Charizard. Bruh. Hey, how about this? Enjoy that. Enjoy a face full of fire. To a level 57 Charizard. You are more nerdy than me, Amender, so no. It's funny. Just yeet this wheezing. Just here's a face full of fire. What you gonna do? That's what I thought. You're done. You can't do anything. Growlithe. Growlithe has Intimidate? It's so cute, though. Look at it. It's cute. Look at it, little. I want to pet it. First one, Carbos. You have Carbos. Carbos in pocket. I think I can exit out through the right. Metal claw. Eat it. All right, we're gonna go north and then south here, and I think we can exit out. I think. Unless, of course, we shouldn't be exiting out and going down the stairs. I mean, my Pokemon are pretty strong. I should be able to just kind of murk these things. Bruh. Bruh. No. No. Poison sucks. Fuck! Says, oh, finally leaving the area. Nope. No, we're not. Oh my god. Dude, coughing suck. Alright, don't move. Bag. Alright, I know what to do. Let it die. Damn it! Oh my god. I hate coughing. Listen, here's a face full of fire. Enjoy that. Done. Dead. The Charizard doesn't look too good. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Watch. I'll show you. Oh no, Charizard fainted. What'll I do? Oh no. Yeet. And what do you know? He's cured of all his status ailments. All I had to do is just make my Charizard die. It worked. Here's a face full of fire. Fuck you, coughing. No one likes you. You're a coughing. How about you? You want a face full of fire too? It's so good. Look at little baby. Odor sleuth. Bruh. Bobro says, that's cruel and unusual punishment, Amender. Would you rather let it die and then bring it back and then try to find a healing? I'm joshing. It's pretty like what's wrong with you? Why are you like this? Metal Claw! Oh, not effective. Can I have a pet Growlithe? It would be cute. I got money. Later, bitch. Wait, is my... Hold on, is my Charizard poisoned again? No, it's just Zapdos. Zapdos is fine. I'm not worried about Zapdos. Don't worry, just let him die. Just let him die. Oh, I want that. Will I kill it if I Metal Claw it? No, I wanted that! Full restore. Great. Just cut it. It's dead. Done. Dead. Bye. What? God damn it, dude. Dude, these freaking... Oh my god. What? What is with these coughing? Why do you want a Ditto? Because I don't have it. You're not done. Get up. Revive. Get up. Stop dying to coughing. Okay. Intimidate. Fight. Metal claw. Cut. Metal claw. Cut. 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 Oh my god, bro. All right, you figured out it's a Charizard. Look at you. Now you're dead. Cut. Oh my god, dude, really? What is happening with this Raticate? This Raticate's freaking stacked. How did you live that long to a level 57 Charizard? Like, what? What is happening? Jesus. I don't like coughing. Here's a face full of fire. Bye. Fire. Oh, what? No problem. You're done, dude. Magnemite? More like in the Bagnum. I don't know what I'm doing. In the what do I say to a Magnemite? More like Magnum I can't find a good pun. My Charizard is paralyzed. Magnemite, more like Magnet Die. There you go. That was good. That was good. I did it. Electrode, more like I'm not good at improv. Electrode, more like electrite, as in, can you do damage? All right, fine. 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 You want the Gyarados? You're going to get the Gyarados. Have fun with that. All right. I think we switch. Switch it. Yes. Switch it, switch. Raticate. What? Stop. Can't escape. Okay. 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 Can't escape. There's no way to escape. You can't escape the Raticate. Just leave. All right. Item. Take Quick Claw. Give that to the Gyarados. Item. Give. Quick Claw. All right. What's this? It contains Blizzard. That's sick. Wait, that's sick. Blizzard, that's freaking sick. Yeah. I'm sorry. Where's that TM case? TM, open. Where is it? Blizzard. Oh, ooh, it hit so hard. It's only got 5 PP? It's only got 5 PP. Jeff says, I hoped in here on this stream. I've hopped in here and there on this stream. I haven't really heard much debate, just more conversational feel. Yeah, I just think that, I don't know, it's not really possible to like have a real conversation with somebody if like, oh, that's stupid. It's not possible to have like a conversation with somebody if it's like just like combative the whole time, right? And it's better to like talk to somebody. Bobro, are you related to Amender or just a big fan? He's a big fan. I did not know Bobro until I started this channel. What else do we have? Is there any other good stuff? There's psychic in here. That's so good. Shockwave deals 60. That's great. And it can't be evaded. What? That's so good. I could give Shockwave to Snorlax? That's fucking awesome. Yeah. What should I get rid of? Let's see. Snore can be used only while asleep. It may cause flinching. Okay. Snore. Rest. The user sleeps for 2 turns to restore heal and heal any status problem. That's awesome. Lulls the fall into falling asleep for next turn. Headbutt. These are all really good. I feel like I shouldn't touch this. Yes, just stop. Stop what you're doing. Just keep going. All right, let's keep going. We're doing great. Get murked. Fuck Rattata. We're gonna fuck up Rattata. I found a key. That's how you get into the gym! Jeff says, what state are you in? I'm in Florida. It's nice here, say for Ron DeSantis. We don't like Ron DeSantis too much. Pursuit. Make it count. 'Cause I'm about to murk you. Oh boy. Look like you did. Zapdos did. I can't handle a wheezing. Oh shit, I don't have a Gyarados. So we're just gonna hydro pump it to death. No! No! I'm gonna get poisoned! Don't poison me. Thank you. Jeff says, oh, okay. I was gonna ask your thoughts on how Newsom is done in the governor in California. Honestly, not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let me look at that. Let's take a look at that. So. $120 damage. All right, we're good. I'm good. At least we have it. That's cool. All right, now we can leave. Coughing. From what I looked up, he's done well. I mean, I hate his anti-trans stance. Discovery Hub says, how is your grip today, First Amender? Pretty good. Holding okay. I ain't dropped this controller even once. I haven't dropped it even once. You believe Newsom has performed well as governor of California? Yes, I do. I do believe that. On what do you base your opinions on? Based on a lot of evidence. It's literally one of the largest economies in the United States. In fact, it would be the 5th largest economy in the world if it were not for the fact that it's a state, not a country. Discovery Hub says, you need to debate something. Hey, man, I'm here. The phone number's there. It's working. Anybody can call in and debate. Alpha Eagle says, LOL, typical leftist enjoys the benefits of living in a red state, but wants to change it blue. Amazing. So when I was living here, it wasn't always a red state. It was a purple state. I would love to shift it blue, though. It went to red. And it's like awful. Like, it's made things worse for everybody. Like, it really has. All right. Let's get out of here. Dude, oh my God. Wait. If that's locked. Ah. I know what I gotta do. Stupid. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Oh my God. This poor Gyarados. Can we just like hydro pump this thing and get the hell out of here? I'm just gonna use strength. Strength hits hard. Dead. All right, next. Move. Move 48. Yeah, let's go. I watched your trans ramble video. Ramble video? Are you saying my mental screed? I hope you liked it. I worked hard on that video. Can you just please just murk this Radicate so we can leave? I've been in here forever. Oh, man. All right. We got this. Bobro says, oh, are you jerking off? No, I'm shaking my leg. Here. This is what I do. I'm shaking my leg. That's what I'm not jerking. That's funny though. It's a bad habit. Shaking my leg. All right. There, I'll try not to shake my leg. I'll be good and not shake my leg. Just for you, buddy. The Bud Kaiser says, lol, he showed his cock. Did you want to see my cock? Here you go. Here you go, buddy. I got you. Don't worry, I got you, homie. I got you. Let me get my Chrome. You're gonna get exclusive. Can we just talk about this for a second? Listen, why y'all keep crashing Grindr? Why y'all keep crashing Grindr every time you meet? Y'all are like all that anti-gay, anti-trans shit until you hit the hotel room. Jeff says he hasn't reduced homelessness, and what jobs did he create? He created millions of jobs, first of all. And I feel like if red states physically move homeless people to places like California, and then you blame California for having a lot of homeless people, that's wild to me, dude. Actually wild. Alpha Eagle says, see your cock? I don't have a magnifying glass right now. Yo, so unironically, I'm just going to tell you honestly, my dick is average. It's really average. It's not big. It's not small. It's average. I mean, I'm serious. Like, if you saw my dick, the best way to describe it is if you opened up an encyclopedia of like the picture of a penis, of a male penis, that's my dick. There ain't nothing going on. It's just a penis. I'm just gonna let you know. Like, that's just what it is. I don't know. It is what it is. I've just accepted that it's just the, hey, you don't get a big penis. You don't get a small penis. Here's your regular penis. Oh my God. Can we just please? Discovery Hub says, it's excellent. Thank you. Yes, I'm not a good salesman for my penis. I gotta like play it up. I gotta like put whipped cream on it. You gotta be like, you gotta do some salesmanship. This penis, you're gonna have a great ride. God, my Gyarados. This poor Gyarados. This poor Gyarados. Please. Please. Get me out of here. Thank you. Thank you. Pokewizard, please. I'm like, my character's just crawling in on all it. There is no surgery to increase penis size. Wrong. You can't increase penis size. Okay. It turns out there's a procedure. So basically how it is, your penis is like, it goes beyond than just what you see outwardly. It actually goes way up into your taint. So what they do is they sever it around the taint and they extend it and then they resuture it up. There you go. Longer penis. There is a surgery to increase your penis size. Watch. I'm not making it up. Look. It's real. Most worries about penis size are related to perception, but some people pursue surgery to make their penis bigger. Risks include infection and scarring. Penis enlargement surgery is surgery to make your penis appear bigger. Surgery is just one way people may try to do this. You may see procedures trying to enlarge or augment your penis by doing the following. Surgery to make your penis longer, surgery to make your penis wider, liposuction to make your stomach smaller so your penis looks larger. Who needs to have a penis enlarged? What is okay. What happens during the penis procedure? Hey, can you tell me what happened during the penis enlargement procedure? There are two different types of procedures to make penises appear bigger. However, there are very few methods that work reliably well to increase penile size or length. Marketing materials will often mislead before and after photos to draw to potential clients. Commonly performed procedures include ligamentolysis. The suspensory ligament that connects your penis to the pubic bone is surgically cut. The flaccid penis hangs lower and seems longer. Penis enlargement using autologous fat. A healthcare provider removes fat using liposuction and injects that fat into your penis to increase the circumference. This is funny. This is kind of funny. Penis enlargement using dermal fillers. A projectile provider injects cosmetic fillers under the skin of your penis. Some are safer than others. Implantation of the pneuma device. Dude. This is way funnier than I thought it would be. I'm gonna Google pneuma device, just making sure it's safe for work. I don't know what that is. Yeah, glad I did not show this. Okay. I don't know why this is funny to me. I'm sorry. I'm like giggling like a little schoolgirl. This product consists of soft silicone and surgeon places under your skin. It's a product type with FDA approval. Surgical removal of the suprapubic fat pad. The fatty tissue surrounding the penis is surgically removed for men with a buried penis. Excuse me, can you remove the fat around my penis? Sure. I'll get to work on it. We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. Oh boy. What happens after penis enlargement? All right. I think I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm going back to Pokemon. All right, let's see if we can get this freaking gym badge. Yeah, gym badge. All right, let's save. Do I have any money? Do I have money now? Like, I had no money. I don't like wasting my money. Because I realized that there's only so much money in the game. How much money do I have? How do I see how much money I have? Okay, I have 17,166. I need to know what that P is. Poké-Dollar? Discovery Hub says, don't you fucking laugh at me. User TextGen says, but hey, this year we got Wegovy, another anti-fat shot. Never thought we'd get that. Maybe in the future we get penis growth pills. Oh, there's plenty of those. As to whether or not they work, that's a different discussion. You better take some burn heals. Okay, bitch. I'll be alright. I was a thief, but I went straight as a trainer. Okay. Go ahead, send out Growlite. This ought to be fun. Have fun with Gyarados. I love how when they intimidated each other. All right, homie. Here's a hydro pump. Enjoy. All right, next. What you got? Volp, it's so cute! Bye, Vulpix. You're so adorable. All right, next. Ninetales, it's adorable. All right, now murk it. All right, Ninetales is done. Good job, Gyarados. High five. You did it. I made 3,000 gold. I made 3,000 Poké-Dollar. Do you know how hot Pokemon Fire Breath can get? I don't fucking know, dude. Super nerd Eric would like to battle. Sent out Vulpix. Alright, bitch. Alright, bitch. You done. You done. You about to get murked. I am going to annihilate you. Anyways, go ahead. Use strength against the Vulpix. Alright, just use strength. Just kill it. Just kill it. Too strong. It's too strong. My Pokemon are too freaking strong. A Ninetales? Oh no, what do I do? Oh, I remember. Bobro says, Kamala was obviously a better choice in every conceivable way. I agree. Kamala was a better choice in pretty much every way. Player defeated Super Nerd Eric. Yo, hot, hot, hot. I made 864p. All right, your turn. I've studied Pokemon thoroughly. You cannot win. Have you now? Have you now? Ponyta. Well, let me ask you this. Super Nerd who has studied Pokemon a lot. Let me ask you this. Do water types do particularly well against fire types? I'm not even going to use my water move. I'm just going to tell. All right, go ahead and just hit it. Oh, what do you know? It's not a, you really shouldn't say that you have been studying Pokemon because obviously you haven't. Just zero studying. Bobro says a regular Republican is not one that is pro-Trump, that regularly breaks the law and goes against the Constitution and supports law, wanting to hold leaders accountable, etc. Based. Gyarados has gained 1,107 experience points. Let's go. Next. Are you making the sound effects, Amender? Yeah, maybe. So, and... All right, go ahead and use strength. I was just imagining this freaking Gyarados just curb stomping this tiny little Pokemon. Here's your Vulpix. All right, just murk it if you would be so kind. Bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Growlife. What is this? What is this? I mean, really, at the end of the day, you just don't stand a chance. Bobo says, seems like you're in touch with your inner childhood self. Thank you. He studied the Pokemon. His studies were insufficient. You think? Why did you pick all fire Pokemon when they're objectively worse than most other Pokemon? Like what? All right, let me swap out Gyarados. We're gonna bus in the fucking Zapdos and just murk them. Like what could they possibly do? It's a Zapdos. He's got one Pokemon. You better make it count. Man, what a great choice. Look at you. All right, have fun with that. All right, well, that was it. Did you do it? I made $3,600 from that? That's amazing. All right, let's go. Next. You're next. I know why Blaine became a trainer. Do you? Do you now? You got one Pokemon. You're sending out Rapidash. Look at you. It's so pretty. Look how pretty your Pokemon is. No, okay, Drill Peck. All right. We're done. Anti-Monarch says, is First Amender niche or mainstream? I'm fucking niche as shit. What? Hardly anybody watches me. What do you mean? Hardly anybody knows me. Let me, if somebody recognizes me in real life, that's when I realize that something has happened. There will come a day where there will be like a guy be like, are you First Amender? And I'm going to be like, shit! I'm going to be like running. They found me! All right, here we go. Drill back. All right, there you go. He's dead. Next. What you got here? Growlife? Wow, look at you. Look at you. All right. All right, he's dead. All right, next. I don't know what you expected. It's a Zapdos. All right, where's Blaine at? Hey, you Blaine? Fire is weak against this slow. Really? Bullrose says, is that First Amender? Wait, let me get your autograph. Starts chasing after. No. I'm worried about not that. I would do an autograph. No problem. Though I don't know why you would want to. I'm not that popular. But what I would be worried about is if they're like a hardcore right winger, right? And they see me, like, I gotta let you know, bro, I ain't fighting. Okay, I'm running. Like, if I find out, hey, this guy is, I'm like, this is gonna go either way. This guy either go really well or really, really bad. Ha! I am Blaine, the red-hot leader of Cinnabar Gym. My fiery Pokemon are all rough and ready with intense heat. Sounds kinky. They incinerate all challengers. Ha! You better have a burn heal. I don't need it. I'm just gonna walk up and just murk you. Boom. It's so cute! Alright, have fun with this. Just murk him. Just give him a good old murk. There you go. Anti-Monarch says, you could do IRL streams. That'd be awesome. And walk up to Republicans. Oh my God. That'd be kind of cool. Oh no, I got burned. No, not a hyper person. Get her with the drill pick. Just keep pecking it. You got this. I believe in you. Rapidash. Nice. Just truck through this. Just keep going. I'm doing just fine. I'll be alright. Oh no, he got hurt by the bun. Alright, so we got Gyarados. But honestly, I think I'm just gonna hit it with some good stuff here. Here we go. Check this out. Just hydro pump it. I mean, it's just dead. Like, it can't live. It's a hydro pump on a fire Pokemon. Like, I'm sorry, it's dead. It's dead. No matter what, it's just dead. Oh, cute. I wanna hug him. Boros is good. Then, like you, because I'm a pretty extreme pacifist as well. I would really rather try everything before pulling a gun on somebody. Yeah, 100%. All right. Anyway, enjoy that. Enjoy the fucking nightmare fucking move. Oh, he died. No way. Took down my Gyarados. All right. Have fun with this fucking legendary ass bird. Ice beam. Yeah, go ahead. Do your hyper potion. I don't care. I don't care. I don't need hyper potion. Fucking whatever. I'm dead one way or another. Oh shoot. Wait, ice is not effective? Nice. It's frozen. Blizzard. Yeah, let's go. Darn. Oh, wow. It's not effective. I didn't know ice is not effective. Wait, ice is super weak against fire. Oh, shiz. Not good. Kill this thing quick. Missed. Articuno's too fast. Dead. Jesus. Done. Done. Pokemon done. I burned out to nothing. Not even ashes remain. You've earned the volcano badge. I got $4,700. Thank you. That's a lot of money. Ha! Volcano badge heightens special stats of your Pokemon. You have this. What is TM38? Isn't that fly? Fire Blast is the ultimate fire technique. Don't waste it on water Pokemon. Wait. Let me look. Flash, surf, fly. I got fly now. Yeah, I got fly. Which should I do it on? Should I do it on Articuno or Zapdos? Probably Articuno. No, Zapdos. We're going to do Zapdos. Discovery Hub says, these HyperX headphones fucking suck. Do they really? HyperX headphones are great. I have them. What's wrong with them? You don't like it? Get rid of detect. Detect is trash. And machine set. Give him a disc on his fucking forehead. All right. We did it. We did it. They're going to be a dent in the wall very soon. What's wrong with it? Why don't you like them? What? 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 Sure. What? What is happening? What is this? What is happening? I don't remember this part of the game. Is this new? So they sound worse than my Chinese $20 pair. Well, there's something wrong then. Because they shouldn't. Extra page for the town map? This is something different. This is not added in red. Where the hell is this? What the hell is this? Whoa. What? What is this place for? I don't know. Get me out of here. Discovery Hub says, HyperX, count your days and just know you are the reason my children are going to sleep crying tonight. There's something going on with your headphones because HyperX has got they're pretty good. Mount Ember. What is this place? All right, y'all. Surf. What is this place? This is not part of the game. Discovery Hub says, I don't have kids, by the way. We knew. We knew. Fly! What does that do? Map. Yeet. God. So strong. All right. It is 4:30. I've been streaming for over almost 7 hours. I think I'm going to call it. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I had fun. Did you guys have fun? I had fun. I'll be on Discord just hanging out. So